Thank you. Seated. And if I can invite those who are seated in the back, please feel free to fill up the spot in the front. Don't be shy. Let's get up close and personal with all our panelists on stage today. Thank you. Thank you for moving forward. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to set the stage for today's summit, we begin with a welcoming address from His Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Horn, Secretary General of ASEAN, through a video message.
Dr. Asia Pacific Asia, Trade Policy Bureau in Japan. Dr. Filippo Ira Wajashi, Secretary General of ASEAN-Japan Centre. Ms. Sarah Zemo, Chairperson ASEAN Youth Organization. Mr. Taribata Artusi, Minister of the Education in Malaysia. YB Dr. Sri Kuru Nizami bin Do, Secretary General of Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperative Development. Dr. Hafsa Hashim, Leadership Foundation Malaysia. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to address you today at the ASEAN-Japan Young Women Entrepreneurs Summit. I commend organizers in reading this important dialogue on women entrepreneurship, which perfectly aligns with Malaysia ASEAN Championship theme of facility and sustainability. Women's economic participation is a powerful catalyst for job creation, sustainable development, and innovation. The Asian Development Bank reports that eliminating gender disparities in employment could increase per capita income by 7% within 2 generations. Those are driven by anxiety to make a difference and focus on addressing social needs issues that are often by their counterparts. Their commitment in reinvesting in businesses and communities creates transformation, which is cycle of social and economic. Recognizing women's critical contribution to our economies, ASEAN leaders in 2022 adopted the Declaration on Building a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient future, unlocking women's entrepreneurship in ASEAN, and landmark framework that charts our vision for brilliant economic development. Building on this momentum, ASEAN published a comprehensive policy toolkit on strengthening women's entrepreneurship, which helps policymakers include women from sensitive policies, salaries, and micro, small enterprises. In 2021, ASEAN Forum demonstrated its commitment by adopting the ASEAN Comprehensive Framework on the economy. Furthermore, ASEAN continues to inspire and celebrate women's achievements through prestigious accolades such as the ASEAN Science Prize for Women and Inclusive Business Award. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we must maintain focused dialogue to address the unique challenges facing women entrepreneurs, particularly as ASEAN grows digital transformation and sustainable development. Let me share 3 key recommendations to drive meaningful progress in this respect. First, it's imperative to address the financing gap for women. Currently, women-founded startups receive only 2% or less of venture capital funding, reflecting a persistent gender bias in the limited trust in women investors. The ASEAN-Japan Women Entrepreneurs Leadership Program has established a strong foundation to address this disparity. I urge the ASEAN-Japan Centre to expand this initiative by incorporating targeted investment opportunities, structured membership programs, and cross-border collaborations, while leveraging platforms like asset access to enhance resource sharing and opportunity creation. Second, as we stand at the crossroads of technological transformation, we must harness the power of digital innovation to empower young women as dynamic economic contributors. This requires a comprehensive approach, delivering accessible digital skills education in membership, eliminating the digital divide through affordable technology access, and creating meaningful opportunities for women's advancement. ASEAN-Japan should forge strong public-private partnerships with technology companies to develop affordable digital tools and platforms tailored to the needs of women-led MSMEs, ensuring their full participation in the digital economy and driving inclusive growth across the region. Third, supporting women entrepreneurs is building resilient and sustainable businesses. Women leaders are more likely to implement comprehensive sustainability strategies in practice. I strongly encourage ASEAN and Japan to develop specialized training programs focusing on circular economy principles, energy efficiency, and carbon footprint reduction. By equipping young women we can unlock the potential to drive transformative social change. In closing, I emphasize empowering women entrepreneurs is both an urgent necessity and an unprecedented opportunity. Success requires sustained collaboration among regional and national stakeholders, including governments, private sector entities, and international partners. Together, we can unleash women's full potential as a catalyst for economic growth, innovation, and sustainability. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all engaging in productive discussions here.
Thank you, Dr. Kao. Next, we have an opening message from Ms. Nico Hassan, Director of the Asia and Pacific Division at the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry in Japan, also via video message. Asia, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry in Japan. I am very pleased to have a remark for the ASEAN Women Entrepreneurs Summit today by ASEAN-Japan Centre in collaboration with the ASEAN Youth Organization, the ASEAN Coordinating Committee for MSMEs, the Women Leadership Foundation Malaysia, and the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the speaker, Secretary General ASEAN, His Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Hong, Minister of the Entrepreneur and Cooperative Development Malaysia, His Excellency Yang Ba Thomas, Datuk Ewan Benedict, Datuk Dr. Meira Lui, and the Secretary General of ASEAN-Japan Centre, Dr. Kunihiko Kirabayashi, as well as everyone at the ASEAN-Japan Centre for hosting today's meeting. This event aims to provide a platform for women entrepreneurs and stakeholders in the business system from Japan and ASEAN countries to engage with one another, promoting the economic resilience and sustainable development of women-led business. Through our collaboration with the ASEAN Youth Organization, we hope to create opportunities for direct interaction between youth and women entrepreneurs, building a new network to achieve sustainable economic growth. By learning from each other, we can generate positive change in the ASEAN region.
In this context, I understand that this event will gather women entrepreneurs and business stakeholders from Japan and ASEAN to discuss how the public and private sector can support women-led enterprises under the theme of inclusivity, innovation, and sustainability. Such initiatives will significantly contribute to the economic resilience and sustainable development of the entire ASEAN region. At the same time, I believe this is a highly beneficial initiative for Japan as well. Let me share the data on gender equality in Japan and ASEAN. The 2023 Global Gender Gap Report from the WEF indicates that Japan ranks 125th out of 146 countries, placing it low among ASEAN countries. In particular, the participation rate of women in labor force is low, and the proportion of women in management positions remains insufficient. Personally, I also have a strong interest in this initiative. About 20 years ago, when I got involved in negotiating economic partnership agreement, EPA, with ASEAN countries, I frequently traveled between Japan and ASEAN countries. What left a lasting impression on me was that while the Japanese delegation consisted of men, except for myself, while the team from ASEAN countries were composed of many women working under remarkable female leaders, including senior officials from various ministries. In fact, during the negotiation, constructive discussions were held while carefully avoiding breakdowns. At that time, I was deeply impressed by the diversity of the negotiating counterparts and wanted to learn about creating organizations that leverage diverse perspectives, not only in practice, but also through institutional and structural innovation. Subsequently, I had the opportunity to consider organizational diversity and flexible working style as a personnel officer. We, Japan, acknowledge that the organization with high diversity, including gender diversity, positively impact and performance. And the situation has changed significantly over the past few decades. The number of female executives in the method and in companies has increased considerably. Government of Japan have implemented various initiatives such as encouraging information disclosure and providing incentives to companies. If we were to negotiate EPAs with ASEAN countries now, the Japanese team would likely include more women, including in executive positions. Additionally, we believe that supporting startups that promote solutions to women's issues contributes to economic revitalization and sustainable social development. Such initiatives are highly significant in harnessing the power of women and building a more resilient and flexible society. We will continue to provide various support to women entrepreneurs to unlock new possibilities. As society changes, the challenges we face will also evolve. And as society changes, we can also make change in society. As I share Japan's experience in this field, I hope that today, through constructive discussions and sharing ideas about organizational structures, inclusive society, and economic models, we can create a valuable opportunity for both ASEAN and Japan. I also hope that this will contribute to the development of business environment for women entrepreneurs in ASEAN and Japan, leading to business expansion and ultimately
Oh dear. Ms. Yumiko was cut off abruptly. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We proceed? All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Yumiko, for your opening remarks. Now, we are also honored to hear from Yang Berhormat Dato' Ewan Benedict, Minister of Entrepreneur and Corporate Development, Malaysia. YB is also joining us via video message and will speak on the importance of empowering women entrepreneurs as part of Malaysia's ASEAN 2025 chairmanship. Dipersilakan, YB.
Very good morning and salam Malaysia Madani to everyone. First and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the ASEAN-Japan Centre, the ASEAN Youth Organization, and the ASEAN Coordinating Committee for MSMEs, ASME, for granting me the honor of delivering this message today. As Malaysia assumes the ASEAN chairmanship in 2025, we stand at the crossroads of innovation, sustainability, and inclusivity. One of our greatest assets in ASEAN is the strength of our women entrepreneurs who continue to drive economic growth, uplift communities in great barriers. Our journey towards empowering women entrepreneurs is being strengthened by ASEAN long-standing partnership with Japan. This ASEAN-Japan Women Entrepreneurs Summit is a testament to that collaboration in commitment to create an ecosystem where women entrepreneurs lead with impact, innovate with purpose, and build businesses that benefit people in the planet. This summit convenes around 100 vibrant and talented women entrepreneurs and ecosystem players from 10 ASEAN members and Japan to exchange ideas, inspire one another, and forge meaningful collaboration. I believe that this is a great opportunity, especially for women entrepreneurs, shaping the future of business and innovation across our region, to discuss how public and private sectors can better support digital inclusion, innovation, and sustainable businesses for women-led enterprises and MSMEs across the region. In Malaysia, we have seen meaningful progress through collaborative efforts between the public and the private sectors. I would like to share a few examples of the initiatives implemented by the government in this area. First, initiatives such as the National Digital Network, Jendela, and the My Digital Blueprint have been crucial in expanding digital connectivity, particularly in undeserved areas. Secondly, government agencies such as Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation, MDEC, in partnership with the platforms like Shopee, provide training to help women entrepreneurs embrace digital tools and reach wider markets. In addition, programs such as the Green Technology Financing Scheme have supported MSMEs in adopting greener, more sustainable business practices. These efforts are by no means perfect, but they demonstrate how collaborative partnerships can create positive change. By learning from each other's experience, ASEAN and Japan can continue fostering a supportive, inclusive, and innovative environment for women entrepreneurs. In ASEAN, women own more than 60 million micro, small, and medium enterprises, playing a significant role in job creation and sustainable development. However, the journey for women entrepreneurs is far from easy. Despite their resilience, creativity, and determination, many women entrepreneurs face significant hurdles, limited access to formal financing, balancing business and family responsibilities, and the pressing needs to keep up with digital advancements. Recognizing these challenges to our local entrepreneurs, Malaysia has taken steps towards targeted initiatives by our ministry the Ministry of Entrepreneur and Cooperative Development in its agencies through programs such as providing financing facility under Amanah Ikhtiar Malaysia, a microfinancing agency which has benefited more than 280,000 women entrepreneurs in 2024 with a total spend of 2.68 billion. Total National has assisted more than 3,000 women micro-entrepreneurs with group financing worth 28 million. Uda Holdings has supported more than 400 female entrepreneurs by providing affordable business space under the Uda Bisnita program with a total expenditure of more than 230,000 ringgit in Perbadanan Nasional Berhad Pernas through the successful Women Entrepreneurship Engagement Talent Suite program. Is assisted 65 women entrepreneurs in the food and beverage sector from the B40 or the lowest income group category to receive training, financing in business matching assistance. In total, from January to December 2024, almost 290,000 women entrepreneurs benefited from this program, with 2.7 billion ringgit in total approved financing. Moving forward, COSCOP will implement 122 additional programs this year to support entrepreneurs, including women-led enterprises. We acknowledge that these initiatives are just steps in a long journey, but we illustrate the power of collaborative action in helping women entrepreneurs thrive and contribute to a more inclusive and sustainable economy. To all the participants of this summit, I wish you a productive and inspiring summit that will lead to a great success in your entrepreneurial journeys. May you continue to innovate for your businesses to continue to grow and contribute to the prosperity of your communities, your countries in the region as a whole. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Terima kasih, YB. Now, ladies and gents, I am happy to report that our next speaker, our keynote speaker, is physically with us in the room today. Ladies and gents, we have the honor of hearing from Dato' Dr. Munira Lui, a recognized leader in business digital transformation and an advocate for women in tech. Dato' Munira is a board member of My Digital Corp, the ex-deputy chair of Women in Tech at BCom, and is advisor and regional CEO of Blue Onion. Let's give a warm virtual and in-person welcome to Dato' Dr. Munira Lui.
All right, good morning. Thank you very much, first of all, to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak at this platform. Welcome to this event. I'm only given 20 minutes to talk about my 4 decades of work as well as entrepreneurship journey. So I'm going to try to be very fast in terms of what I can share and some of the lessons that I've learned throughout my whole entrepreneurship journey. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how do we empower women entrepreneurs from my own perspective. Or you have someone who's going to manage. Okay, so next, can I have the next slide? Now, this is essentially just to give us an idea of setting context in terms of women's participation in 2 things. One is primarily in terms of women-owned enterprises in ASEAN, as well as women leaders or board representation in ASEAN. So these are the representation. You're talking about 61.3 million women that are active in the women-owned enterprise or in the entrepreneurship business against the population of ASEAN, which is about 680 million today. So we're kind of looking at only a representation of 9.8% in as far as the total ASEAN population is concerned. And if you looked at board representation, it's interesting that in 2023, women hold about 19.9% of the board seat in the whole of Southeast Asia. Obviously, some countries are doing better than other countries, specifically like in Malaysia, we are very close to 30% representations of the board seat. Primarily, it's driven from policies and regulations that is from the ministry or from the nation itself here. So we are kind of very close to the 30% board representation. Obviously, there are some countries that essentially are left behind. Now, what does all these things, this data is telling us? While we have kind of, achieved something in as far as women representations are concerned, but it still tells us that there are certainly ongoing challenge, and we kind of need to have more targeted initiatives to kind of promote female entrepreneurship and leadership in both ASEAN regions as well as specifically Japan as well. So we have some headwinds, but there's still a lot of work that we as women need to do in terms of our role in driving more inclusivity as far as women is concerned. So I'm going to leave this here to give us some thoughts in terms of, what can we do collectively as well as individually, to drive these numbers higher. But I'm going to now refocus to talk a little bit about the next slide, about my personal entrepreneurship journey, a company which I founded in probably 2014, and it's now just turned 21 years. Interestingly, I have also just managed to exit this business. And of course, what's next is I've gone into fintech. And interesting, someone was saying that, do you want to retire? Obviously, no. So I've gone into fintech, and of course, the next initiative that I'm going to go into is in the space tech arena. So something very interesting, something that you'll never think about, but it is something that as women, is daring to take that one step. Next slide. So I would very quickly summarize my entrepreneurship journey, which some of you may connect with, is really about building an airplane after you jump off the mountain or you jump off the cliff. So that's really how the dynamics of an entrepreneur is, right? There's more downs than ups, right? And there's so much of obstacles that comes our way as entrepreneurs. But what has really happened is it is only through all these barriers that it makes us become more resilient. It makes us become much stronger as an individual. Next slide. So my journey in entrepreneurship started with moving out of that comfort zone. I had 15 years of corporate experience prior to setting up my company. That was like 21 years ago. And 15 years in corporate, very comfortable. I had a global role and I was posted to the States, doing very well, but something said that it's time to drop everything and start something that I could actually create impact for Malaysians. And I came back to Malaysia with the objective of wanting to create impact and create employment for the people of Malaysia. So that's the start of the story. And next talks about my journey from one person to now having a staff strength of 1,000 workforce. It is, we have been proven to be resilient. We survived 3 adversities throughout. The first one was in 2008, was the great financial crisis. We survived 2014, the oil crisis, and recently over 2019, which was COVID. Imagine that despite going through this whole adversities, we became very resilient as an organization. And it has a lot to do with a few things that we have done successfully as an organization. One is to recognize that change is all going to be there, right? It's about being prepared for change. And every day we are faced with a lot of adversities. And when COVID hit us, there was already a disruption that is happening in the work landscape, all right, in the business landscape. And that was the disruptive technology that came into play. We actually had to be able to prepare ourselves by moving away from the brick and mortar business into that of using technology as an enabler. But when COVID hit us, we thought before COVID hit us, it was a smart strategy to embark on business and technology transformation. So invested in technology. We moved from on-premise solutions to the cloud solutions. We brought in robotics, process automations to drive our business so that we become more efficient. We brought in the digital workforce, which is really using RPA, using what we call chat bots to help us to drive business, primarily because it was more efficient. It helped to address some other issues around talent availability, as well as language capabilities, because we support not just Malaysian market, but we support markets throughout the world. And language is always a key priority as well. But the bots now can talk, the chats can actually talk the language that we before couldn't serve in this case here. So we did that. And when COVID hit us, it was interesting that we were ready to serve organizations that were struggling during COVID because they could not connect with the customers, they could not connect and ensure that there was business continuity. And this was, during this time, a smart investment of technology for us became a survival strategy for us. Right? And because of what we have done prior to COVID, what has essentially happened is that our revenue doubled and our headcount doubled during COVID situations. We hire, we change the way that we do things, and it all has a lot to do with being resourceful, being innovative in times when you're hit with a lot of changes and adversities itself here. And the idea was to really create value and making sure that we are able to do things fast, cheaper, as well, and not compromising on the quality. So this was some of the things that we have done as an organization. Next. So the lessons learned from brand as an organization was not so much of the journey or the destination. It was primarily lessons in life was learned through the toughest times on the longest road. And it was tough times during the COVID. We had to make hard decisions. Everyone was, business shut down. People were laying off people. But here we are in our organizations. We then start hiring people. People who were laid off, we kind of say, okay, this company is shutting down, bring your people to us. We will help you, to reskill these people so that they will have a job, in our industry itself. So as we said, our business doubled in terms of revenue, bottom line, and more importantly, we also was able to create jobs for people in times of troubles. Yeah. The next slide says this. So what did we learn? We realized that as entrepreneurs, because we are faced with hyper change in today's context, it was very important for us to kind of wanted to look at how do I therefore complete the race, right? I started a journey and it's important for me to complete this race. And the race relates to the first R represents resilience. So it's important as entrepreneurs that we welcome change and making sure that with barriers that comes our way, we have to be innovative, we have to be resourceful in order for us to overcome those challenges. It is about putting on that solution mindset in order for us to be able to overcome the challenges that comes in. And that's really what resilient is about. Accepting change is about, being resourceful to adjust and pivot your business so that you will continue to be sustainable, right? And that requires an organization to be agile. So agility is really about daring to try things. If this doesn't work, learn from the failures and move on. And that's exactly what we did, because during COVID, so many trial and error happens. We are working on the unknowns, right? And everything that we say is like, let's plan as if like the plan will not survive one day. And that was how critical mission we were and how focused we were as an organization, right? And if it doesn't work, let's try it. Dare to fail, dare to make a decision. And this is really what sets an organization apart, as opposed that who will just sit down and say, let's look at data, let's evaluate, and by the time we make a decision, the competition will. So really it's about resilience, it's about agility, and for us represent being customer focused. We did not lose sight of customers. We kind of looked at very quickly, proactively, go and talk to our customers and find out what you need, what help you require, how can we support you, right? Because while we have great infrastructure, the technology to help our clients to pivot very quickly these days. So we were kind of always listening to the customers and making sure that we have the internal resources, we have the right process, we have the right structure for us to be able to adjust ourselves to the customer's requirements. And of course, E is really about employee engagement. This is the heart and heartbeat of the organization. And we cannot lose sight of this. And during COVID, the employee well-being was very important for us, right? And we put a lot of focus to make sure that the people are reskilled, the people are trained to take on more roles, because we are at a stage where we need our people to be more productive. We are at a stage we want people to have the right mindset, to embrace change, and at the same time, take care of their well-being as an individual. So what we did as an organization, we wanted to finish that race, but we realized that finish the race was not enough. We wanted to win the race. And that's where I realized that there were three very key components which I'd like to share with you, that as entrepreneurs, we must embrace and adopt so that we will become very resilient as a leader. And those three things evolve around the next slide. One is around personal leadership. It's all about us, yourself, right? We are the greatest enemy to ourselves. It is always things about the imposter syndrome comes into play. Can we do this? The fear of failure, the fear of wanting to take that one step, the fear of coming out from that comfort zone, all this fear are self-imposed fears. And that's the reasons why it actually stops us from wanting to, in a way, stop us from wanting to do things differently and stopping us to scale and achieve the kind of results that are extraordinary. So we're talking about self-imposed fears, and whether we like it or not, gender biases, all right, the gender inequality, conscious or unconscious biases, it's not going to go away. Let's accept it as women. It's going to be there, specifically in ASEAN, because culturally we are as such that women will take the second step. But don't use that as an excuse for us not advancing as what we want to do or to achieve what we want to do. So we have to recognize that this is not going to go away, probably minimize all the efforts that we're trying to push the women agenda and inclusivity in the region. But the key thing is that if it is not going to go away, what's going to happen? So we have to then challenge ourselves as individuals, as women leaders, to always drive excellence in ourselves. We want to do things differently, right? So don't allow this to stop us from doing what we want to do. And that's really what I wanted to talk about in personal leadership. Because without this, I would have given up a long time ago. Faced with all these adversities, I would say, why do it, right? Why don't I just go back to the corporate world? Easy. Don't have to worry about cash flow. Don't have to worry about fundraising. You go and see the banks, the bank asks you whether got collateral or not. I need to help you to raise and fund the business. And then you have bankers who looks at you, sure, you want to do business, right? And then now I'm going to SpaceX. This is, you're not retiring. So this is the kind of messages that comes to you. But do you allow that to affect us from moving forward? No. And I'm going to then believe in myself, believe in the journey, believe in the passion and the purpose of why you want to do something. And it's for you to tell this thing. And that's really important because investors invest in the person. Invest in your story, and you believe in that story that you are telling. And that's why we say that personal leadership is so important as entrepreneurs to take not only yourself, but remember, you have people that work with you. You need to mentor those people, to actually respect you as an individual, as a leader, to take you to the next level. So the next key thing around besides personal leadership is really about leveraging on the next slide will tell us about how you adopt technology into your business. Like I've said, technology is no longer a smart strategy. Technology is about survival strategy for all of us. And then as entrepreneurs, it's important that we need to start looking how we can use technology to enable our business. Technology today is far cheaper than before. And you can kind of get technology to work for you. But it's not about going for technology which are essentially very expensive, right? There are many other technologies that are out there which is using a SaaS model. You can also work with, collaborate with technology partners, and that's how we did it. I think the PSN, I went to talk to the technology partners. Hey, you want to showcase your technology? You partner with me. You put your technology in my face. You wait, invite your client to come and look at what the technology can do, but don't charge me, right? So it's really about partnerships. Collaboration is the way to go. There's not so resourcefulness in terms of how you embrace and use technology in the organization. And the third key success factor It's really about having that ecosystem where you can collaborate, as you mentioned, you can mentor and uplift others. And that's really important. It's about giving back to the community as well. So it's about empowering others. So let's end off by sharing the slide you have probably seen here. It's a quote that I feel is essentially very important. It says here, in the age of AI, innovation, and sustainability, the future belongs to those who dare to break those barriers, challenge the norms, and lead with purpose. And as women entrepreneurs, we're not only adapting to change, we're driving it. So we actually do have the power to transform these challenges into opportunities. So it's important that we rise to the occasions, we innovate, and then we inspire people. Because I believe that when women lead, the world rise. I always say that women are like tea bags, right? You don't know how strong you are unless you put hot water into it, right? And when the hot water on the tea bag comes in, there you are. It's that women that you have to deal with, right? So with that, thank you very much. Looking forward to the participation and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mira, for sharing your trials, tribulations, successes, and of course, those golden nuggets of advice. Women are like tea bags, ladies and gentlemen, but there's a deeper meaning to it. And you heard it here first from Dr. Munira. Let's give her a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to a presentation of the findings of the roundtable discussion on the challenges on innovation and sustainability of women entrepreneurs in ASEAN and Japan. May I invite Dr. Chris Hirabayashi, Secretary General of the ASEAN-Japan Centre, to the stage to officially present this report. Let's give a big round of applause for Dr. Chris Hirabayashi.
How about that? I think that is computer. Maybe too strong sometimes. But try to be more agile. But today, thank you very much for coming. It's very important event. But first, just present what we know. So the session we call Young Women Entrepreneur discussion held at the Vientiane Hotel in last October. I need to, but this is, I'm trying to deliver this message on behalf of the participants and also organizers, and also everyone in the group. Around 43 young women from 10 ASEAN member states and Japan share their experiences and the concern on these four critical areas, namely access to finance, digitalization, sustainability, and gender divide in business. The most participants in the program are between 30 to 45 or 30 to 34 age, and the youngest is 26 years old. And all this are over 50. But young is not there. So regardless of age, we can be still young. The most women in the program have been in the business for 4 to 6 years. So still very good.
Now here are the key summary from the roundtable discussion. Number one, access to finance, and many of the people who are less, including Mr. County Home. The structural barrier to finance now includes strict documentation and the collateral requirement will definitely hinder finance access for women entrepreneurs. The complexity of securing funding and navigating the system are major obstacles. And number two, digitalization. The high cost structure of finance of digital tools and lack of awareness about the cybercrime laws and the business legal responsibility complicated the process of adopting digital solution. Definitely, we can have a very good member today. And the third, sustainability. Women entrepreneurs face difficulties in communicating the impact of sustainable practices, while also battling the high cost of incorporating sustainable products. Number four, gender divided business. But time poverty and ingrained social norms around women's roles continue to be the opportunity for growth and success in business. Let's now look at these areas more closely is direct forward from the entrepreneurs themselves. The high competitiveness and the paperwork involved in securing grants create significant barriers, especially for smaller global business. Larger companies often have the advantage in this area, leaving smaller women-led business at the disadvantage. I quote what she said, as women-owned business, it's very, very tough to convince banks to see you as a credible without significant another, which most of us don't. The entrepreneur in the Cambodia, access to loans is often blocked by lack of capital, which is a significant hurdle for many women entrepreneurs who don't have the financial backing or asset for larger companies. I directly quote what she said. Many countries don't recognize social entrepreneurs, so business still have to deal with taxes, regulation, and the donation that might not fit their operations. Entrepreneurs from Britain. The lack of recognition for social entrepreneurs is complexity to finance aspects, especially in navigating taxes and regulation that don't align with the social mission of these businesses. And the research and the field of the business. Despite the availability of digital solutions, the distance to adopting technology, because they can't really come out of their comfort zone, especially in rural traditional industries, remain are significant challenges. Changing mindset, accepting changes, and the workflow is not easy, and there is a gap in digital readiness. I like to quote what she said. We strongly emphasize inclusive digitalization and awareness. However, awareness and education remain very, very low, which increase the spaces for cybercrimes to thrive. Whenever you deploy technology, you must assess the companies and the community's capacity to use. and the prevalence of Philippines. Low levels of digital literacy, coupled with the rise of cybercrime, make it even harder for women in the federal to trust and adopt the digital tools. Education and training accounting literacy are crucial to overcoming these barriers. Gender bias persists. Even when security and the federal have proven track records, the additional security of family status, and the personal life often undermine the professional achievement. I doesn't quote what she said. It's very tough. I had to keep working until I delivered my baby, and even after that, I continued working because I have to manage the employees in my office and around 50 people in total. I have to take care of all of them. And the parent for one day, he said, the challenge of balancing professional and personal responsibilities is especially hard for women and parents who often face social sector opposition to maintain traditional role while leading their businesses. This forces diverse in their background and the experiences share the common challenges that needs to be addressed. The key takeaway from this one is the urgency to support the ecosystem that is provide targeted financial solutions for women entrepreneurs, foster digital literacy and inclusive technology, and also raising awareness of cybercrime and legal responsibility. The third, facilitate sustainability practices with clear objective and a measurable outcome. Fourth, not the least, the challenge of gender norms and create equal opportunity for all entrepreneurs, regardless of gender. We must continue to build a partnership like the one we have seen today to empower women in Japan and ensure they have the resources, tools, knowledge, and a support ecosystem to succeed. Okay. I look forward to our continued discussion and action in this arena. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kuala. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while we prepare the stage for our first panel session of the day, we'd like to take this opportunity to capture our presence here together at the summit in a photograph. Hey, you know what the young ones say these days, right? No pics means it didn't happen. I don't know, I'm too old for the saying, so, but apparently that's what the young ones say. So, distinguished guests, if you will indulge me, can I please invite you to stand? I'd also like to invite the organizing teams from AYO as well as AJC to fill the aisle. And dear photographers, you may come up on stage to capture this moment. Let's all stand and scoot together. I'm going to stable and join in as well. You're more than welcome. Where?
Okay, sorry. Okay. Some people can go to the other side. So it's more comfortable. Yeah. Is that possible to like? Uh, like that. So everyone face and behind. Forward. Okay to move forward a bit. Oh,
Please push in to the left. AYOT, please don't hide. You've worked hard over these past few days to make this happen and over the past few weeks as well. And please, ladies and gents, we want your best smiles, all right? I'm just gonna scoot over here. Is that all right?
Big smile, 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. Right, good. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Wait, a video.
Oh, another shot for video this time. So we're going to try and say ASEAN-Japan Women Entrepreneurs Summit. If I have to say it 10 times today, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we're going to prompt on 3, okay? 1, 2, oh, not yet, okay. Are we ready? Okay. On 3, 2, 1. Good try. We're going to get it this time. More excitement. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Great, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being so supportive. Can I invite you back to your seats? The stage is now ready for our first panel session.
Yeah.
Ladies and gents, I hope that warmed you up. Got you all stretched and energized for our first panel discussion, which is entitled Harnessing AI and Digital Skills for Women-Owned Enterprises. Now, this session will delve into how AI and digital tools can revolutionize women-owned businesses, empowering them to thrive in today's competitive landscape. So please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists for this session. First up, we have back on stage, Dr. Munira Lui, board member of My Digital Corp, ex-deputy chair Women in Tech at KeyCom, and advisor and regional CEO of Blue Onion. Can we have a round of applause for Dr. Munira? We also have
Ms. Aranuk Latsuwantit, co-founder and CEO of TechSource Thailand. Dr. Jasmine Begum, Director of Legal, Corporate and Government Affairs for ASEAN and New Markets at Microsoft. And Ms. Lenice Ng, CEO of Borong, Malaysia. This session will be moderated by Dr. Heather L. Taylor-Strauss, economist at the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or UNESCO. Over to you, Dr. Taylor-Strauss.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you to all the panelists for being up here. I'm going to make this session a bit quick. We've got one of our panelists that needs to run out of this session to catch a flight, so we're going to be very targeted and stick to the time, okay? Which also means in terms of session structure, I'm going to give you a time limit for each question. I'm going to interrupt you as you're speaking if you go over it, okay? Apologies for the audience for that in advance. So today's conversation is going to explore how we can examine practical strategies for integrating AI into women-owned businesses and solutions that should be adapted to address the unique challenges that women business owners face across the region. We're fortunate to have with us 4 leaders who are actively shaping this landscape. And to get us started, I'd really like us to first have each of you introduce yourselves and then answer one key question. How would you characterize the current state of AI adoption among women entrepreneurs? And what's at stake if we don't address it? I'm going to give each of you 3 minutes to address this question. Dr. Munira, do you want to actually kick it off?
Right, I guess I don't need any introduction. I will go straight into some probably questions around the AI adoptions for women entrepreneurs. My personal take at this point essentially is that while there is progress, I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. We are still having challenges around capability development and instilling, skills among our women and entrepreneurs. That's my key observation at this point of time. So a lot of work has to be done in the capacity building space. Thank you.
Thank you, Munira. Denise, can I turn it over to you?
Of course. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Lenice. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Kuala. So we are a B2B e-commerce solution provider for SME businesses across Southeast Asia. And our mission is actually to create the largest network of SME businesses across the region. So to answer your question, I think one of the challenges in terms of AI adoption these days, a lot of it falls back down to literacy. So I think there's still a huge gap in terms of how a lot of SME businesses are adopting this technology, even though that it is there. And I think if we're not addressing this right now, the gap between all these entrepreneurs, especially women-led businesses, would be bigger. And I think there's a lot of opportunities that these women businesses would miss out on, especially cross-border trade, if they don't leverage on this.
As an expert on investment, I'm going to say cross-border trade and investment, harnessing both. But I think that, these are very much tied together. One is, literacy, and the other aspect is having the capacity building to be able to take advantage of that literacy and use those tools. Jasmine, can I pass it over to you?
Thank you, Dr. Heather. My name is Jasmine Begum, and I lead the Legal and Government Affairs team for Microsoft ASEAN. Every day, I look at the intersection of technology and policy, especially societal impact. To answer the question, I think there are 2 areas that we need to focus on. I think literacy, capacity building is absolutely critical, but we come from a world in ASEAN where most of our MSMEs are analog by design. So getting them to be digitized and then adapting AI is going to be critical. And that I don't see enough. Across ASEAN, we have also seen that there are Our population of women is more than half, more than 50%, contributing almost 58%. SMEs contributing 58% to GDP. However, because of how the numbers are computed and how they are unbanked, some of these women are unbanked, underbanked, and they may be doing this in a very small way. We have seen in Indonesia, we have seen in Thailand, we have seen in Malaysia, how they're not even checked in consensus. So where our challenge is let's get them to be digitized. And then as we are digitizing them, also simultaneously look at ensuring that they are building in AI and looking at enabling policies that will allow them to get there. And there's no doubt that there are capacity building and skilling that is being brought to fore today. But if they are not connected, they will not be able to take some of these capacity building opportunities. Thank you.
Thanks, Jasmine. Those are really great points. And I think this ties nicely into turning it over to Mimi. I mean, you're at the forefront, Mimi, in Thailand of seeing tech startups come through tech sauce. So maybe you can add some insights into this.
Hi, my name is Mimi, the CEO and co-founder of TechSauce. We are the tech ecosystem builder and help and support the startup who want to scale outside Thailand. Currently, we also have the footprint in Vietnam, Indonesia, and would like to have the partner in Malaysia as well soon. In terms of the AI adoption, especially for the tech startup, actually we have seen that the women are underrepresented in the tech startup. And I think one of the most challenging point is if we cannot have the female as one of the co-founders sit at the top management level or at the board level, one of the most important thing is I believe that the innovation should not be come from or decided by the male only. It should be like, I believe in terms of the innovation should come from the diversity part. We should have like a female insight. We should have the different perspective from the female as well. Otherwise, we cannot design the solution to support the women in the rural area, especially financial inclusion, the healthcare service, education service as well. So I think the innovation that comes from the different perspective is the most important thing.
Yeah, if I may add to what he has actually mentioned, I think the adoption of AI and technology for new startups for women, essentially it's much easier. But if you looked at the statistics around the women entrepreneurs, around the SME micro section, the bulk of the businesses that these women are in, it's primarily very much in the traditional sector. Right, and these traditional sectors are probably not the priority sector that will focus on AI or technology transformation. So I think that essentially is also a challenge, right? I mean, then because it's not a priority sector for digitalization and all that, then it leads to another problems around funding, right? Because then you can't fund and ask for funds for technology innovation because it's generally going to be very difficult. Yeah.
So I'm actually going to build right on that, Dr. Mira. Can you actually talk about some of the strategies that you've experienced, that you've heard of through being involved in PICOM that have helped women entrepreneurs get into AI and adopt AI solutions?
Yeah, I think from PICOM's perspective, we represent the ICT world for Malaysia, and essentially what we do or what we have tried to do to onboard more entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, is really about the education and the awareness of what technology essentially can do for the business, right? It's about focusing on driving their cost to serve, driving their operational costs and maximizing margins and stuff like that. So there's a lot of education and awareness that are happening right as we speak. And we also implement what we call targeted training interventions, right? This is where we talk about targeted AI interventions. There's no point talking about things that will not make sense, right? Because it links back to the literacy issue as well. So, and we have also built in now what we call a mentorship program for women. This works very well, especially for business mentors, women mentoring women. It certainly it's a plus to help people embrace new technology and helping them to look beyond domestic, but going regional and going global, using technology as the enabler, right?
So I think that ties very nicely into your first point about capacity building and the importance of education. And I would just add on to that, there's one aspect of working with women entrepreneurs once they've already had their businesses, once they're running, to get them to adopt these tech solutions. But the other aspect of it, which you brought up to Mimi's point, was it's got to start earlier too. It has to start at younger education levels. We have to be working with young girls, already teaching them the important skills and tools that they need to know, that digital literacy. Thank you. Jasmine, did you want to add on? I see you have the mic.
No, I did want to say that's my point about the traditional, where women are in the traditional businesses and the traditional industry. I think whether and largely they are in sectors like food. If we pivoted to become food security and then help them with the branding and packaging and manufacturing and marketing, then we can shift it around. Unfortunately, the way we look at businesses, still we look at them from an analog business versus a digital business. We really need to look at digital is economy, and all businesses are digital by design. And that will pivot, and then we can build out. I think that's where I do want to call out Indonesia has done very well with their Startup Nation ambition, and I think that's something we can learn.
Thanks, Jasmine. It's really great input there. Denise, I'm going to pass it back to you now. Now, as someone who's built a digital platform from the ground up, what were some of the challenges that you faced in implementing AI solutions? And what specific hurdles did you see that women-owned business clients are struggling with?
Well, when we first implemented AI, and AI is such a buzzword right now, right? I imagined that I got this fleet automated assistant that's like super smart and helped me digitize everything on all aspects of the business. But boy, was I wrong. Instead, I got a very smart intern who is, very capable, but you really need to guide this intern in delivering things, right? You need to monitor it, give data, input, feedback, guide it through, just to make sure that this intern is actually doing the things that and the direction where we want it to be. So I think like when we were doing so, we reflected back in terms of the adoption for a lot of these SME businesses that we worked with in digitizing their business. And many of the things that we see that a lot of SMEs these days, they struggle in actually keeping up with good data. SMEs are not great at bookkeeping. In fact, their bookkeeping are not as pristine as possible. And we've worked with many women-led businesses who run successful ones. And the systems that they use are either manual or outdated systems, right? And so when we're looking into things such as, before we even talk about AI, we try to look for, can we find whether the data and the information of their business is of a certain level of quality. So a lot of times when my team and I, when we go on ground and we work together with these SME entrepreneurs, we had to do a lot of audit in terms of their system structure processes. Do they have the right foundation first before implementing AI on top of it to scale their business forward?
Thanks, Denise. So I'd like to change the topic a little bit. We've talked a lot about the challenges around adoption. Now let's talk about some of the opportunities. Mimi, I'm going to turn it over to you first. How has TechSauce adapted its approach to specifically support women founders in the AI space? Can you share a specific example with us?
Yes, we have like a 4 track that support the women who want to jump into the tech scenes and how to leverage technology to be applied to their business. The first one is we starting from for the individual, for everyone who want to learn how to use the technology and digital tool to support their business. Most of them, they are like a traditional business. They don't know much about how to use the technology to manage their operation. And the second one is, the second group is the women founders or female founders who are familiar with the tool already. They know how to use the ChatGPT, they know how to use generative AI, but they still don't have the way how to create more efficiency. And at the same time, we have to train them about the governance as well, about the AI ethics, AI governance is the second group. But the third group, I think, is very interesting because it is a key fundamental for them to create the new business opportunity. So we have the activities that called hackathon and accelerator, and we have the quota to support the women who want to be the entrepreneur. We train them and help them by providing the AI to help them create the prototype. And then we have seen there are many tech tools that using the AI just input the text or input the design, and after that they can generate the prototype to test and validate the market. And the fourth track, I think this is really important because to understand and support the founder, we need the VC. So we try to encourage to have more VC at the general partner level, not just at the working level, but to create and support the female founder. We need more female investors because they understand what is their challenge point after they got baby, after they got married, what is the biggest challenge point. So the investor is a female. I think that we need more this kind of VC and should be at the top management at the general partner. So we have like a full track to support the tech ecosystem right now in Thailand. One of the good examples that we have seen is we invest in the tech startup, which is the fintech startup that called Jita. She developed a solution which is the robo advice, but provide, it's not just only target the wealth, the richest people, but they also provide the solution to the women in the rural area to give them the opportunity for the investment opportunities. Whether they have like a limited financial resource, but they still have the opportunity to invest. And right now, she have already managed, she have AUM more than $60 million already, and have already raised the Series A from one of the leading bank in Thailand, the Kasikorn Bank.
Wow, fantastic. I'm just going to pick up on one point that came out of that, especially for me and some of the work that I'm doing around foreign direct investment. I couldn't agree with you more that it's important to also look at targeting women investors, women as investors in some of these companies, because they will have a completely different perspective and they are out there. The challenge, I think, for a lot of women entrepreneurs, but also for businesses that are in the traditional supply chain is, how do you find those female investors? Where are they? Where is that community? And are there any tools out there to support that? Are there any government agencies out there that can help you identify those women entrepreneurs? Because we're sitting up here as the business community. I represent an international organization, but here in front of us is the business community. The one aspect that we're not touching on is the government side of things. And for all of this to work, we really do need a whole of ecosystem approach. Both the business community and governments are supporting. Now, that being said, Jasmine, I know that Microsoft is doing a lot of really great initiatives in this space. Can you tell us about these initiatives?
Sure, thank you. We work with Sheila's Tech, a global organization that supports women who go into startups and business. We partner with them. We provide tools. We also provide a lot of skilling and training. So what is interesting is in every country where we have gone into invest in data center, we have also committed to do skilling. For example, in Indonesia, we have committed to skill up to 1 million. In Malaysia, about 800,000. Across ASEAN, about 2.5 million. But in a partnership with ASEAN, we actually are looking to provide training and skilling for the owners. We always try to skill up the workforce, and we miss that upper layer of owners. I think when I had the conversation with ASEAN, the Deputy Secretary General, he emphasized to me why it's important when we actually educate and skill up the owners of the business. And I realized that women who want to go to the next step, they need some of these basics for them to be able to even have a strategic vision. So we partner with global NGOs, we partner with multilateral, we also partner with INO to ensure that we are able to bring some of these resources to them. And the final part, going back to what Dr. Helen said about making sure we are working with government, we go out and actively advocate for policy changes. Because a lot of the policies seem to be quite broad sweeping and does not take into consideration where the demographics, especially women entrepreneurs who are not necessarily in urban areas and they are more remote and more rural. How do we even package in connectivity, technology as an incentive or a grant or a package? So we have been working, if I could add one more point, with technology, we have also seen people with disability getting mainstreamed into economy. If people with disability are invisible, women with disability are entirely not top of mind. We have gone out to talk about accessible technology, ensuring women with disability are also not left out and they are brought in and mainstreamed, because disability is not a case for charity, but a case for economy. Thank you.
Thanks, Jasmine. I just want to pick up on a few key points that you mentioned. The first one is, I really enjoy that you highlighted partnerships and how you're partnering with other organizations to really bring through these initiatives. The second aspect is talking about governments. I think it's so important for the business community to be advocating, especially in ASEAN, because many of these countries are revamping their digital policies and also their policies on AI, and they don't know how to do it. There's a really good example of Thailand creating a new policy right now where it's essentially a hodgepodge of policies between different countries, what they've seen. Different people are inputting on this policy, and the effects of the policy could be really detrimental to AI adoption in Thailand and could actually push investors out of Thailand if this goes through. So really having that advocacy with governments to train them on AI and on digital tools is important for when they're creating these policies. The other thing that I wanted to pick on, I really like that you brought up the disability aspect of this all. And there's the one thing of disabilities in general, people with disabilities, and the other are women with disabilities. And sorry to keep bringing up Thailand here, that's where I'm based, so I know a lot about Thailand. There's a fantastic startup actually in Thailand called Vulcan Coalition. Mimi, I'm not sure if you know them. So the founder, June, she's wonderful. She just had an idea of, I know there are companies out there that have to fulfill requirements to employ at least a certain percentage of people with disabilities. So that is precisely what her company does. She trains people with disabilities on how to use AI and then places them into these companies. So it's supporting productive employment for women with disabilities and more broadly for people with disabilities. And these kind of startups are really essential in the ecosystem that we're trying to build. Thank you. So I'd like to shift gears here now for a minute. We've heard about challenges, we've heard about some of the solutions, the initiatives that each of you are doing to address them. Now let's talk about digital collaboration between ASEAN and Japan. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Can each of you share one specific actionable insight about how a partnership to accelerate women's digital entrepreneurship could happen between Japan and ASEAN? Jump in whenever you want.
Because we digitize a lot of SME businesses and we focus specifically on trading. So I would say cross-border e-commerce trading. So we do have a lot of ASEAN businesses that also have done import-export trading between their countries and Japan. And what we've seen a lot of times is that Japan has an appetite for a lot of ASEAN artisanal, sustainable made products, whether it's organic skincare from Thailand or fusion snacks from Malaysia. So there's a huge demand for unique quality-driven products from this region here. And I think the main challenge these women businesses often face is three things. So one is their export logistics. Could they find the right partners to actually export them to overseas? Compliance and also digital selling. So I think from that aspect, using and leveraging on AI, especially if AI is implemented on e-commerce platforms to help them connect their business to the right local partners would accelerate these trades and make sure that it happens more. And this goes the same with financial institutions as well. So we've had a lot of businesses on our platforms that try to apply for financing support like letter of credit in order to scale their operations and trades overseas as well.
Thank you. I think, just to relate to that, I think there's even a really good economic case for this too. I mean, just bridging that divide in digital trade could add 89 billion to ASEAN's GDP. Right? So there's really a need to be doing this. Anyone else?
To part, I think we can create more collaboration between Japan and ASEAN. The first one is the last decades we have seen there are many like the fund from Japan like like cyber agent, go big partner, and there are many funds who have already invested in the tech startup across Southeast Asia. But because of the COVID, because of the economic crisis, I think that some fund they start to invest for a while. But I believe that in the next few years, this cycle will be back again because we have seen that ASEAN is one of have a lot of opportunities for Japanese fund who want to invest in not just only Thailand but also across Southeast Asia. So this is the first one that we hope to see more fund from Japan. And the second one is because like Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia as well, we have big corporate who are looking for the new technology and solution to help them to transform and find a new S-curve. For example, like at Texas, we help one of the big food company in Thailand producing the tuna. And they are looking for the food tech startup to create new S-curve for them, or some solution can help them to transform the existing manufacturing processing inside their company. So I think that the Japanese companies are really strong in part of the manufacturing and also the food tech. So it's one of the good collaboration that we have seen. And MUFG also have the food C, which is the yellow color. The bank in Thailand, they have already scout the Japanese startup to work with their customer, the Japanese company in Thailand as well. So I think the collaboration between fund who invest in a startup and another side is Thai corporate, ASEAN corporate who are looking for the solution from Japan. This is the way that we can see that there is a new collaboration and hope to see deep collaboration and strong collaboration in this area.
I do believe we can identify key sectors of complementarity. We can't boil the ocean, but we can identify key sectors. First, we identify key sectors because ASEAN is 10 countries. And we have Japan that comes with certain strength. I think one area where we have heard from other panelists is manufacturing, packaging, right? They are very strong in that. And definitely there are areas where our businesses and entrepreneurs in ASEAN could benefit, but we do bring some unique value proposition that Japan could benefit from. It can go both ways. So to me, identifying those key sectors, and I think the food tech sounds really good, right? And we also know where we already have Japanese presence across ASEAN, especially in manufacturing. How do we build out communities? And one such example is that there's a big focus on smart cities, whereas we know in ASEAN, we have economic hubs everywhere, smart economic hubs. We could learn from Japan's own setup and how they have progressed, and seizing some of those learnings, doing business matching and doing partnerships would actually have outcomes and benefits. To me, I think we need to identify key sectors and progress that, and then leverage some of the learnings Japan has had, especially in building out their cities and their smart economic hubs to be implemented in ASEAN. Thank you.
Well, I would look at it from the angle of, again, capacity building. There's certainly a lot that Japan can support, and other ASEAN countries as well. So if I looked at capacity building, it would be good to use the PPP approach, which is public-private partnership approach, to focus on how collectively we can address this issue, right? Because this is a fundamental issue for most ASEAN countries at this point of time. If we don't have this addressed, then we can't even talk about new businesses, we can't talk about scalability, we're not talking about new markets and all that. So examples of specifics would entail things like addressing the women leadership capabilities, which is very important beyond just understanding the AI component and technology component. So you kind of need to drive thought leadership in the women leaders, and have boot camps, right? Knowledge sharing and mentorship programs, which are cross cultural, cross countries, you know, so that we can learn from each other, so that we can kind of, you know, bring the capabilities and the competencies to the next level.
On the leadership aspect, do you think it's also important to set up mentoring programs for women that are already leaders that need to still become better leaders? A lot of these mentoring programs, they focus on leaders mentoring younger ones to become future leaders, but there's still a gap when it comes to some of the leaders that are at the top.
So we need to have a program to train leaders and to become mentors.
It was just a provocative question, just asking.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we also, when PCOM launched this mentoring program, we want it to be not, we want it more structured, right? And it then becomes more meaningful, and it's also measurable. I think the key thing is about, at the end of the day, whatever initiatives, it has to be impactful, and it has to be, and impact is as a result of, you know, developing specific KPIs and measurements to this. So, and we talked about a lot of initiatives, but at the end of the day is how do you measure that impact? We need to quantify that. Otherwise, then your resources is going to be wasted.
Jasmine, I can't ignore your reaction.
I want to respectfully disagree on mentoring. Women are over-mentored. Like, this is a constant. It's 2025. We're still talking about women being mentored. Do we ever talk about men being mentored? No. Please just give us the part, treat us equally, bridge the gap, stop with the mentoring.
Bold point. I like it. Okay, so I've got one final question for you before we wrap up today's session. As we look towards strengthening this collaboration between ASEAN and Japan that we've just discussed, let's go deeper and talk about more specific partnerships beyond mentoring, Meg, that are going to support women entrepreneurs specifically in adopting AI and digital tools. The floor is open to whoever wants to go first.
I would like to propose more of a collaboration between our universities on practical entrepreneurship program, where women are not mentored, but able to learn from other business peers. And I think a university setting would work best. because of the discipline it provides and the opportunity to network and also grow. Almost a bit like a Harvard Club, but this is for women. And I think the fact that ASEAN has set up a ASEAN Women University is already an existing platform that we could bring in different partners, including Japan. I think having a very specific entrepreneur program that focuses on women leadership and tech is something we need to get to. And today, those three are not intersecting yet. And I hope that will take into consideration women with disability and women with disability as well. Thank you.
On my front, I've talked a little bit about a lot of these businesses needs to be digitized first before automation. So I think building that digital infrastructure between ASEAN countries and Japan, whether it's offline to online, like it has to be there before AI adoption can kick in. So that's my take.
For my area, I still would like to emphasize about the investment part that we really need the investor with the female-led fund. Otherwise, it's very hard to solve and support the female founder. It's not like a boy club communities. We need to help the founders, and we need more investor with the female-led. Thank you.
Yeah, my wish list is primarily around the fact that we need to have a task force set up and really critically address what are the pain points and issues in ASEAN and pick up one or two high impact projects, that can impact the overall ASEAN community, because we just got too many things, right? And when we end up doing so many things, we don't get anything at all, right? So that is my really wish list. It's after this, can we have a task force or a roundtable discussions to kind of articulate and pinpoint what are those deliverables, right? And being Malaysia as the host for ASEAN, I hope that this can be one of the agenda for discussion, right? To take the women leaders and entrepreneurs to the next level.
Do you have a suggestion on where that task force should happen and who should be on?
Interesting. I think that for the ASEAN-Japan Centre could be voting the idea as an outcome of today's discussions. So I think there is a platform that is already in existence, and I think with ASEAN hosting the Women Leadership Forum, also in conjunction with ASEAN, that's another platform to bring this to the fore. I think our biggest challenge today is that there are just so many women platforms everywhere. They with the intent of, promoting women empowerment and addressing the women agenda. I think seriously, we kind of need to look at a task force which is driven from G to G. I think that is the only thing that will ultimately work, because associations can only just drive certain initiatives at that level, right? So it has to be government-led. Then we will be able to see impact and traction in terms of what we're trying to do.
So I think on that front, where that has to be tackled is through the ASEAN Secretariat and their digital committee. And with that digital committee, there could be a task force that is proposed and formed on this specific topic. And then also the business community brought in to also work with them around these issues. Yeah.
Sounds good.
I mean, we've also, on the investment front, we work closely with the coordinating committee on investment, and we've got a roadmap on targeting investment with them on specific sectors and how they can work together on it. So maybe it's an outcome of the task force should be a roadmap that they agree to implement. Yeah. Okay. Well, with that, I'd like to wrap up our session. It's been wonderful and a pleasure to be on the stage with each of you. I'm just going to very, very quickly, Jasmine, highlight 5 points out of this, and then we can head off, okay? So I think just to take away from today's session, some of the key points that are important that we're realizing about building those digital skills and also integrating AI into women entrepreneurs and their businesses, building digital literacy through capacity building. Thinking about how we're looking at MSMEs and how to get them to digitalize. As Lenise said, and I couldn't agree more too, the importance of data and realizing that data and getting that data is essential to enabling businesses to actually digitalize. Without it, they can't. The next is, I think, very important from Jasmine as well, the suggestion on developing actually entrepreneur programs for women in universities. And as a startup or a leader towards that, a leading segment to that, it's also getting to the young girls that are going to apply to those programs. Because if they don't know about them, these programs will never be a success. And finally, what I really take away that I really totally agree with is the importance of targeting female investors. Where can we find them? Because they're the ones that are going to be more likely to invest and understand this situation that most women entrepreneurs find themselves in. So with that, I'd like to thank each of you for your wonderful points and insights, and also to thank the organizers for inviting us all to be here.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor Strauss. Are we taking any questions for this panel? No, we're not. All right. In that case, thank you once again, dear panelists. Can I invite you to please step forward for a quick group photograph? A round of applause for our panelists once again. And of course, our moderator, Dr. Taylor Strauss. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we will be breezing onto our second panel discussion. But if you feel the need to grab a cup of coffee, some pastries, please feel free. Please feel free to grab a cup of coffee, get some pastries just outside at the foyer. Food is being served, but please bring your food and your coffee back into the room so that we can engage in our second panel discussion of the day. Once again, a big round of applause for panel session 1. I'd also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the 100 or so participants that are joining us virtually today from across the region. Can we have a big round of applause for our friends who are joining us virtually? We hope you are enjoying our session just as much as all of us are here at the Renaissance Hotel, Kuala Lumpur. And if you do have any questions for our panelists, please feel free to drop them into the chat and we will endeavor to pose your questions to our panelists in the next session. Now, moving swiftly along, our next panel discussion focuses on strategic access to finance and gender-smart investment. And this session will explore innovative finance solutions and how gender-led investing can empower women entrepreneurs. Welcome our esteemed panelists for this session. First up, we have Ms. Naoko Rueda, Head of at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD. Can we have a round of applause for Ms. Naoko? Of Malaysia Impact Alliance. Ms. Lauren Ismail, Board of Directors of Wahid Ventures Malaysia. And Ms. Frida Kachadi, co-founder and CEO of Go Grow Philippines. Everyone is doing networking. Great. Please feel free to connect. Ladies and gentlemen, can I invite you to possibly take your seats so that we can kick off our next panel session. And to moderate the session, may I invite Ms. Ishaya Chai, Head of Financial Market Development of GSG Impact Finance.
the VIP room. We are bringing them in. Just give us a moment. Just a reminder, ladies and gents, that lunch will be served right after this session. You'll have plenty of opportunity to connect and network during that time with our panelists and also other participants.
There's a half hour. You can just half an hour.
The panelists are here. Once again, a big welcome for Dr. Melissa Fu, CEO of Malaysia Impact Alliance, as well as Ms. Nur Amy Ismail, Board of Directors at One Ventures Malaysia. Ms. Ismail, the stage is yours. And good morning, everyone getting into good afternoon to you. Thank you for having this session, and I realize that we're sitting between you and lunch as well, so we'll try to be very brief and we'll try to be very precise in trying to keep up the time. But it's an honor to be here today and to really moderate the panel that we'll be talking about access to finance and gender smart investment. I'd like to kind of set the scene a little bit before we go into some of the questions that we will ask the panelists to share with us. You kind of heard already this morning that we've established that the women entrepreneurs in the ASEAN, they're like 10%, almost 10% of the women entrepreneurs here among the ASEAN population. And we have a data that show that I think it was an IFC report last year that talks about an estimation of a financing gap for women-owned SMEs in emerging markets exceeds about $1.5 trillion. And a lot of that obviously will come from the ASEAN sector as well. So in Asia, we've already seen a couple of initiatives, a couple of financing vehicles in the past 2 years that are supporting women entrepreneurs. The ones that are, gender investing mechanism and different investment strategies that investors are including and incorporating into their work. For example, we have the Japan ASEAN Women's Empowerment Fund, or JVET, if you haven't heard of that. It's a fund that provides loans and equity to MFIs and also for female entrepreneurs. They have different investors that co-invest into that vehicle. You probably have heard of the Investing in Women initiative that is supported by the ADI, the Australian Development Investment. There's an Asia Women Impact Fund, which is led by the Secretariat Foundation in Japan. Shift from the Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth that touches on supporting women and SMEs in the region. And quite a few dedicated fund managers. You can find in Vietnam, Pertama Capital that works in the Philippines, Malaysia, Saroda Fund, Sweep Capital. So all of these different initiatives are showing that we're actually making quite a lot of progress here in the region. But you probably have heard also in the recent conversation and discussion that the gender lens and the conversation of DEI is being called into question in different products. So they're quite quickly push back, and that in some ways signals challenges. And at the same time, we think that maybe this could be an opportunity for us in the region. So today we wanted to kind of discuss a little bit about what are some of the challenges and the opportunities that lie in the region for us. What kind of role the gender smart investment could play in the region for women entrepreneurs and to kind of build the sustainable growth honored to be here with what we have here. We have Naomi-san from OECD, who's actually leading the policy perspective and working with government as well on this topic. We have Melissa, who from the Malaysia Impact Alliance, who sort of representing the leading voice here in Malaysia from 18 markets for impact economy. We have Ms. Laura Amy. I'm going to call you Amy. I hope that's okay, Amy. She's the board of directors from Bucket Ventures. I think I've known her from the earlier time that she was working also from NAPCAP, which is the Malaysia Venture Capital. So she'll be representing the board from the financiers and the VC systems. And last but not least, we have here Priya Sashari, who's the co-founder and CEO of Build Growth Philippines. You're also an entrepreneur yourself, and setting up a social incubator that's supporting women-led women. So we'll come to all of you to kind of introduce and share a little bit about what you do. But maybe with the limited time that we have, I'll go first to Priya over on that side. If we can start with you and kind of hear a little bit about your experience in supporting and working with women entrepreneurs in the Philippines, but also in the region. What are some of the challenges, obstacles that you find are barriers for women entrepreneurs to grow? And I know we touched upon a couple of conversations on this already, but maybe you can kind of dig a little deeper and show us some of the examples of some of the things that we see, and whether the challenges of these obstacles are different between the different stages of doing business as well. Yeah, really thank you, Ryan. What an honor to be here. I'm very glad that you also touched on kind of climate, or let's say the cloud above all of us globally. And somehow, unfortunately, or maybe it didn't all reflect, when we why do we believe that diversity, inclusion, gender equity is somehow become the villain, which is that. Because we have only just openly started having these conversations and started this initiative, which is a long time coming in the last decade. So I would say maybe in the last 5 years, right? Is where we got finding some momentum. And already that is making people uncomfortable. Right? That's really what it is. And I'm hoping that Asia and the ASEAN region will not back down, because we care about society and also to continue to rise as economies. And to do that, all and women entrepreneurs, really, as you said, with a platform. And businesses that do benefit women and girls, that traditionally really marginalized. So I think, again, I think maybe this is tiny, not, there's a great opportunity to kind of talk about it. So just very quickly, what we do, and what we do is that, as you said, we are, an incubator. So we have supported around 140 companies with funding and support over the last 5 years, and 55% of our portfolio is businesses. That's because it's quite international. And about 60% are non-urban or non-metro businesses, which are also international. So now working with a lot of women-led businesses, of course, a lot of the challenges that were mentioned before, we were identifying. And so we've been very intentionally changing how we support women entrepreneurs. Not only from sort of giving advice generally about the business, which tends to be typically most compatible, to really focus on investment readiness, technical assistance to level up internal financial systems, to actually navigate the fundraising landscape, because I think that's really important. One of the challenges I do see is that women entrepreneurs is used as a very broad stroke term. We are not a business group at all. The micro business is one. So tiny business, that's right. So unfortunately, it's always been like a one-size fit all, like anything else that happens. So I think, first of all, it's quite diverse. So which means that you need to have diverse solutions, including capital for the different types of business. So some of the big challenges I think were already kind of spoken about on collateral is being one big piece of it. That really just refers to asset ownership, right? A lot of the SMEs, especially depending on the size of the business, which economic class you are completely, actually sometimes surprisingly at all levels, asset ownership is still an issue, which is I think is part of our collateral. The second thing is that sometimes it kind of describes as financial literacy, but we see that actually we are quite good with the numbers and managing the money. But it's really an investment security, how to navigate it, right? Somebody mentioned, I think one of the quotes that were there earlier was about paperwork and how to actually spread it money. So it's really what we are seeing as a challenge of investment security. You need equity investment, it sounds even more complex. But even a regular bank loan sometimes becomes quite challenging because of all of the disclosure and the collateral. And then I think the last thing that I want to say is different the networks. So women entrepreneurs, depending on what economic class and background, also can unlocking capital somehow, like many things in life, is running business. The kind of information asymmetry, right? If you know this product exists, or if you know about this investor, then you might be able to access it. But information asymmetry, depending on all of these diverse issues, right? So that's what we see. So we also run a network of women entrepreneurs across South and Southeast Asia called Leadership. We have about 1,400 women entrepreneurs around the region. And as diverse as they are, there are obviously some of these problems. But I think one of the things, last point I just want to make before coming back to you is that I think somehow success is also being sort of connected to raising capital. I think the important thing is that depending on the stage that you are, depending on the type of business you are, and your own personal vision, different people have different ideas. You might want to become a tech startup, scale up and but you might also just want to build a legacy business which you want to leave to the next generation. So you want to build a profitable company with moderate sort of growth, but fairly successful, right? Or you might want to remain small. And I think capital requires all of these types to do it, and success looks differently. So sometimes we are also defining what success looks like. And I think the biggest thing that we need to empower ourselves in entrepreneurs is to find what success is. And then go after the capital and the support that's there. Thank you. I like to point out the fact that we want to announce something from them being in different countries, different markets are also quite different to the needs of them. And the different types of needs in terms of the financial instruments. Not everybody is private equity, not everybody is investment. These are also very, very important. So maybe I'll move to Amy. Amy, I know that now you're working in the Samoa and you probably have quite a few interesting case examples that you could share with us. Can you maybe share with us some of the trends that you see in the work that you do? Are there any sort of specific initiatives that you're supporting the financing of human entrepreneurs? And in your experience, are there any key barriers as well that are that you're not facing in the time to finance? Hi, Louise. Thank you for being here. I mean, this you being here today. You South traveling back to here. Okay, what I'm going to say is going to be as follows, controversial. That's welcome solution, right? Tell me what is that controversial? Overpowering, too powerful, I'm doing that. For one reason, right? You can actually talk whatever that you want to talk for as long as first you don't have to present the influence of. So yes, my position here is on Wahid Banking. Wahid Banking is actually the CF funding. We managed to get the license back by Aramco 100 times we did everything else. You know what? I'm that powerful that I can influence the
are not in position of power, we won't be able to do it. So let's talk from federal perspective. Together with the team now, architecture the venture capital roadmap for the launch last year. Here's of change, very clearly, because I have the people, I do as I wish, right? I can. Here's of change is more this, because of over 758 million VC funding in Malaysia, 1% went to women, right? Only about the lowest region, but globally, not so bad lah, 1% globally 2%. What is just because we don't have enough capacity or organization to say, hey bro, I want to be given to women. Hey bro, 30% of the funding goes to women. Look, overall, Malaysia is ranked 160 out of 146 countries, gender from World Economic Forum. So when you go for a talk, all the gentlemen, we do this, we do that, but hey, the numbers say otherwise. Our leaders need services because we don't have enough women in those policies. So what? Okay, secondly, I'm also work for SAMO, and you know that SAMO is the largest contributor for the yeah, okay. Okay, guys, give me some money today. Okay. So 30% of the GDP is not 1/3 of the Malaysian population. Of the SAMO, so you know the GDP is happening right here in SAMO. So I work for Ministry of Environment, the Chief Minister, and what we do. Power busy, right? So first, like you said, it's now okay, it's now it's not about this, it's not everybody wants to do this. You know, we know that 100% or 100 over 1,000 SME in Malaysia or in Selangor facility are not bankable. Okay, so what do we do as a state, right? So under the group, we are still in subsidiary, and I purposely asked for the financial sector to be underneath how to begin. For one reason, okay? It's okay, never mind, okay? So the CEO of that financial services, Yayasan Hijrah, is a woman. We can, of course, I will teach my people, right? I mean, like my people means women. Because we have more empathy, we understand. So the king is a woman. So what do we do for those who are unbankable? As you mentioned just now, we don't need 300,000, 400,000 year more. 70% of Malaysia as a nano means below 5, right? So we have this program called NADI, N-A-D-I, okay? You're unbankable, we hear you, come to us, bring 3 months bank statement, 50,000 less than 3 weeks. Because we can. Why we can? Because CEO is women and the group looking to that means women. So we have a specific program this one. That's why I keep on asking all the women out there, come to work and take that position. That's the only way that we be able to change the life.
That's a great example, especially to working with that with the Secretariat Centre. So it's a great initiative that is in discussion. And I know that with your work, I'm going to be working with not just in Asia, but also globally, and work quite closely with the government. So I'd like you to kind of share a little bit about what do you think the role of the government should be in creating an enabling environment for the gender smart investment, especially for the
my fellow speakers. How much, suggestion, discussion, so I don't know what to add to this. From the OECD area, two things, and one is we are now in the process of coming up with analysis implementation for the government to play this role. In advancing, like entrepreneurship to agenda events. So it's coming because it used to come just before this meeting, but now before the meeting. And so I can only give you the full taste of that, the government's role, and then these are just the title. But one is fostering conducive cultural attitude. I think this relates to kind of the social norms, barriers, which hinders women entrepreneurs to even, get money from the banks because they need some of them need to get the husband's approval for that. So it relates to that. And the second is boosting financial literacy, which has been discussed in the previous session. It's really deeply links to this banking access. And the third is microfinance, which of course women can take advantage of. And the fourth is angel investors and the investment report. I understand, of course, more women are dependent on the crowdfunding, whereas the male peers are good at attracting investors. But there are certain, although small, certain cases where women entrepreneurs are successful. So that is also listed up. And the fourth is the financing growth-oriented startups, targeting on those kind of startups. And then the fifth is the potential of fintech to address gender gap. Yes, there are actually success cases where, although in France and in Spain as well, that they have been taking advantage. They have been collaborating. The government have been collaborating with the business communities to leverage the fintech to provide a greater finance to the female entrepreneurs. And lastly, the program design and access. So that's actually the full list of the report, but more closely targeting on the ASEAN. We have two reports, and one is directly to addressing to the ASEAN, which was just published last year. And from that, I'm not going to go into the details of my implementation of the program because it has been shared with you, about you yourself, and then straight to the recommendations to the government. So the first, we propose that the government should establish dedicated financing windows for women entrepreneurs and develop women-centric loan products and using professional schemes for women, such as interest-free loans or extended credit guarantee coverage, or flexible repayment tenures, or relaxed collateral requirements, and so forth. And the second is to promote alternative financing mechanism platforms, such as crowdfunding platforms, angel investor networks, peer-to-peer lending platforms. There are some good examples. The country of Thailand. The third is encouraging, the government should encourage conventional financial institutions to collaborate with these platforms. I just indicated, so that they can provide easy access to capital and financing opportunities for women entrepreneurs. And then we also recommend that the government should integrate these approaches with the capacity building components, such as financial literacy education Additionally, we also propose that the government should strengthen its leverage women entrepreneur networks, which has been discussed in the previous session. And then lastly, we recommend the government should expand access to the innovative and digital financial services to women entrepreneurs. For example, like a mobile banking, and it's really inspiring to hear you, and fintech and e-wallets, micro loans, or other digital payment platforms. And also, and then actually we have been finding that women interpreters tend to adopt more digital financial solutions than men. So that is kind of encouraging findings, recommendations that we have been made to specifically to the ASEAN countries. Thank you very much. That's a lot of great recommendations. Trying to take notes of it. But also a lot of people have been like discussing from the earlier panel and also the keynote in the morning meeting. Some of the challenges you've been kind of getting really resonating. We keep talking about it, but that's because the problem really exists. We're talking about the collateral issues, we're talking about the access to knowledge and financial literacy, we're talking about networks, which Kuala also mentioned. And I'll come back to you later as well, because I know you also do the work on the network on the GLIIC, so you can think about that. But there's a lot of resources that OECD has published that I think could be helpful to have a look. And we're looking forward to the newly soon to be published report as well that's coming out, so we can share that. So maybe I'll come to Melissa before we go back to the second round. And Melissa and I actually also know each other through our work. I work with GSG Impact and the Malaysia Impact Alliance, our national partner that's working to sort of create an impact economy. So a bit of a shameless plug here. But maybe coming from a market, it could kind of help to address the group a little bit and help us to understand a bit more about gender smart investment. Can you sort of define what gender smart investments are, and what steps can investors take to ensure that they are supporting minorities effectively, and how do they sort of contribute to the broader economic growth of ASEAN?
Hello everyone. It's tough to come after such so many very great opinions. I don't know now, right? What can add to the conversation? And I don't want to be repetitive, but it's so interesting to see that we've all come to a bit of consensus about how important investing in women is to the economy. Right? And echo what you have said. Women is not our population, but historically, because of networks, because of so many different reasons, maybe women haven't had the access to financial investment that is the opportunity and the access that is like really distributed. So I think what we see as gender smart investment is about really involving and including the relevant part of our population in the economic growth project. So that's what we call the impact fund. I think women are also very diverse, so we shouldn't be investing just because they are women. But I think we should be investing because excluding part of the essential part of our population from the economy doesn't make economic sense at all, right? I think investing in women is great for the economy, and it's an investment, right? And now we think, what are the barriers and why historically have women had such little access to these opportunities? Right? Some of it is culture, some of it is tradition. But as women are taking bigger roles in product, in finance, in all these industries, we need to see whether the investment solutions that we have existing match the needs, right? And even in the Malaysia Impact Alliance, Amy is also on our board, so you can imagine how interesting our board meetings are.
Yeah, and I really love her controversial takes. But one thing is, when you look at investment, these things come up again and again. It are the instruments that we are investing in any startup, in any entrepreneur, in any business, small or large, really match the needs of that business. A lot of my work is venture capital and startups, and we're looking for unicorns, right? 100x, billion-dollar companies. But not every company defines success that way. Not every defines it. So when we think of capital, we need to know whether the capital is matching the needs of the industry, right? Otherwise, if the needs are not aligned, it's disappointment on both ends, right? On the side of the founder, on the side of the and this goes across the board. So specifically, when we talk about women, and we want to involve this very key, creative, and fun, and amazing part of population in the economy and the workforce, we need to think about are women's needs similar or different to the rest of the population, where they are similar, leverage on access to conventional or traditional finance, and where they are different, how can we then support that diversity of units to create that I don't think they're all the same, they're all different, but I think that we need to customize our investment products to create that win-win solution for the investor and for the entrepreneurs. And these solutions, and they're always a work in progress. I love what Nelson shared, right? Like there's so many ways that we can support types of entrepreneurs. And as we customize this investment product, we can then create so much more impact for the leadership.
Thank you so much. I love the fact that you start with like why would we exclude a big part of our population? I think that's really and also to really design a product that would match the needs. A lot of times, I think when we start thinking about how we creating a financial mechanism, we start from us as in like the financier themselves, but it would really go to the demand side, really go down to what kind of product that they would be that we design them accordingly. That's also really important. Maybe I'll go back to Priya. And I'd love to actually hear a little bit more about your work. You mentioned about the network, that is an important factor. And I know that you're also leading the work of the Gender and Happiness Council. Maybe you could share a little bit about that. And also, in the earlier panel, we were talking a bit about data. And I'm wondering if you have anything to add to that, whether there's this aggregated database to identify women-owned businesses, and if not, which one and how, and if not, then we try to improve that because we already exist the data. So we want to I'm sure about part of the question. But yes, I think most of the discussions, I think, when we talk about access to capital, somehow we put the onus on the business. I want to kind of highlighting again what Melissa shared. We have to kind of meet, where the entrepreneurs are at, otherwise we keep exaggerating that. So we're always talking about like capacity training, which is of course very important. But the truth is that the financial system also has to change, which is much harder because it's ultimately about risk. And there are things that have been, been done, and the rating, the risk analysis has been done in certain ways. So for the system to now start becoming more flexible, this is a lot of and comes all the way from the capital was on the asset owner, down to managing it. So that's what we are kind of getting stuck, right? We all know that there needs to be risk capital, but who's going to provide? Right? And that's the piece that we haven't really solved. Of course, government initiatives, where there is influence, where we can create this product that can happen, but how do we actually, with millions of entrepreneurs, and get them the access to capital? And I think that's the piece that we are, as the agency, have to solve, because we are seeing more and more. Now, on the product side, this is where we feel that there is, like you mentioned at the start, there is momentum, there is now people for instance, they're saying,
And I do remember, like, just if I go back like the last 6, 7 years, I know with the work of the Secretariat Foundation that, I think about 6, 7 years ago, brought together a group of us. We all learned about gender investing, and we've seen like so much of a shift in the, in the field. But we do feel that somehow like these conversations are kind of pushing us. And so we have to kind of show the example, right? Because I think last year I was on maybe 35 panels or so talking about access to finance for women. And every panel asked me what is the scale for women? Why should we do gender? So these are questions that are still happening despite a lot of capital. So we are kind of like, I think maybe I'm maybe impatient, and we have to kind of move forward. So what we really need and what we thought is that we need to kind of bring together those who are already doing, maybe they got access to knowledge or they there are relevance investors. So while we've also organized women entrepreneurs into a community that can provide our support, great communications. Like the, Malaysia Impact Alliance, the Indonesia Impact Alliance, we also got together, and the gender, not promote both gender and impact. To bring together those who already doing gender investment and to show some case studies and examples of things actually happening on the ground in all levels. I'm excluding microfinance because microfinance primarily only lends. And even though there are still of course there like banks will need to put that. But my work is primarily on microfinance. Women, there is the perception issue, there are technical barriers, but we need to also show the example. So we've come together, just a handful of investors. And we are going to publish some of the data. Now, I saw even mentioning data around financial capital here, but most of the reports are actually how much of the investment. Maybe a few that we pay a lot of thousands of dollars for to government or they have the data, right? So data is an issue. In terms of, I think a lot of governments in the ASEAN are trying to do databases of competence. General, I think everything is kind of halfway or we have to make a lot of progress. Obviously, those are set up as corporations and governments have to be going. But the administrative data is the issue. But there are some initiatives, for example, the Department of Trade and Industry, we have, a program that they're trying to build a database, but sometimes it's not really updated. They're very generous about sharing the update, but we send out like half an hour, things like that. I think we're still quite behind now. But data is also power and information. So we have data, how do we actually get it? Reliable and something that's probably some policy information. It should be open, and probably governments will give me. But we have been building our own database. We are trying to reach a lot of women entrepreneurs support. So like large number of women entrepreneurs are more than happy to share. Yeah, I think the question of data would be again to really discuss about it, but it's really important because if we're missing the data and the ecosystem is asking for it, then it's helpful to have other data available as well. So maybe I'll come back to Naoko. If you could maybe share a little, and I will invite the rest of the panel to kind of join in on this question is the relationship between investors and government. Are there any kind of incentives? Are there any kind of initiatives that you think could happen? Are there anything that you think from the government side you would like to see from the financier and investment side? And then it's open to you for that. Sure. I think I cannot slide on hand of my minutes. However, I have seen some of the good practices of the government public institutions supporting the potential investors to the women entrepreneurs. But then they need to really better understand where the potential lies because of the given social norms or some social perception, and also given perception from the women entrepreneurs themselves that they are not qualified or they don't have enough knowledge to the financial, to the financing. In those cases, I have seen some cases where the government collaborates with the investors and then explain to them about the feasibility potentials and then how to overcome those challenges when they will invest. This also leads to this private-public kind of collaboration related to the blended financing activities, which blended financing has been a part of OECD's interest for some years. Partly because the official development assistance has been more and it's now, and also given the greater influence from the business people, investment, they have come up with the idea that we have to use the financing for collaborate with emerging economies, developing countries, and then they also be together in collaboration with other international organizations to come up with these very principles. So then based on that principle, they will collaborate with the World Bank and other institutions how to advance women's entrepreneurship. It was more on the side of the World Bank than the OECD. We came up with this initiative, but the IFC of the World Bank has come up with this initiative on women's economic empowerment by providing the first ever global financial facility to really enable the financing, greater financing to the women entrepreneurs who would otherwise be moved out from the financing. I probably need to study a bit more about how they have connected with investors, but that should be using that angle as well. So, and this is also a good example of how the government, public and private, can collaborate with each other. Thank you very much. Yes, I agree. There needs to be more done. Government to understand the potential that lies and also like is there anything you would like to know? And on the flip side, from the investor side, maybe what would be something that you ask the policymakers? I'll let Amy cover the investor side. I think she has a lot on her mind. Yeah, I mean, my role at Vision for Alliance is really to create that bridge so it naturally will flow, right? Firstly, I'd like to start by saying that, for every government, if the government's role is not to create impact, then what is it? I mean, the government, using all its tools and everything, is to create that impact for the nation, right? A positive impact. So first of all, impact is a very strong and crucial role for the government, using whatever it is to protect. So, or at least like not having negative impact. And then as we go down into women, enabling economic growth, access and involvement of women in the economy is one of the biggest impacts that the government can create. Huge in terms of giving those opportunities to women. So when we look at the ecosystem in Malaysia, and perhaps in Malaysia, with other that the song comes from investors, but also from a lot of foundations, philanthropic and charitable organizations. But historically, a lot of the foundations and money that's locked into impact has been prevented from using investment as a tool. Right? And I think this is where impact investment becomes a big game changer for the nation. Because when we have impact capital that is allowed to use investment tools that promote growth and entrepreneurship, this is a very big way for us to create a positive change, but also create that financial and economic growth for the nation. Right? That is impact investment. So I think what we need to do, what the government, what investors, or philanthropy and capital will ask from the government is, how do we create an ecosystem that allows for impact investment, that allows for philanthropic impact and growth capital to be directed towards the areas that bring the maximum impact to the country? Yeah. So I think the last point would be that to now President's point, impact investment goes beyond donations and grants. It is incredibly empowering to the recipient of an investment to be able to be, I trust you to grow this, I trust you to build this, right? And this will create that lack of that. Am I not qualified? Do I only believe? Am I only one recipient into, I now have this growth and trust capital to grow and build a business. So why not allow women entrepreneurs and all entrepreneurs in the population of the nation to have access to impact investment? That is so important for nation building. I have three parts. Plus more. Plus more. Okay. Today, I'm actually appealing to you to start a good program. Take a lot of authors, shout out on social media, team, and talk about the program. Because first, we need visibility. Your homework, you're going to take photos and shout out about the program. Because first, women, you need to be visible. Okay? So that's the easiest thing for you to talk and create impact because you can. Sebab boleh. In bahasa Melayu means you can. Alright? So secondly, I need you to pick up your pen before I wrap up this section. So I mean, what is it, right? Just talk and no action. I am not interested. I've been talking about this topic all over the world, and the result is still the same. It's timing. So you have to have call to action. Okay? The next time, the moment you step out from this room, I'm going to give you this key. Why it matters a lot. A, B, C, D, right? A, B, C, D. First, AI. Okay, this is what 4 factors that will change the world. AI will change the world. You like it, you don't like it, it will come to you. You said ChatGPT. The next day you wake up, it's big. What is the valuation for ChatGPT? Nothing. For example, like none. Okay, so that's why. So you have to move faster than AI. I'm sure that right? You are better than AI. So B, take this advantage of the battle of big brothers. The next day you change this, the next day you change that. People from the US wake up and say new feet already. So what do we do as a woman? What do we do as a woman? Take the opportunity, take advantage, read and read battle of big brothers. It will change your businesses, change the way you do investment. C. Okay, climate. You might not think that your business is climate related. You need to spend a little bit more time because climate matters. $3 trillion investment in South Asia is looking to invest in climate related business. So if your business is not related to climate, create a story that will fit, it will relate to climate. Because everything is about climate, right? A, B, C, D. Be ready that the structural population or women right? Be ready, maybe one day you wake up, I go to work, I suddenly see all the from people from America, people from Bangladesh, is actually right in the office. They move on, change. So this is A, B, C, D. Or if you're Malaysian, how do you remember this A, B, C, D? I, Batu, Cham. You're not Malaysian, who are you on A, B, C, D? Okay? So that's one, visibility, second, A, B, C, D. And thirdly, I totally in support and talk about networking. Okay? Do we need the government to help us and create this all-women empowerment? Because women in Malaysia are not less empowered, they are all empowered. They can speak other people here, right? But what we are fighting, and I'm really fighting, right? Okay, whatever we can earn in education, we earn the 50% land. Okay. I am going to invite ladies, Muslim. I am hosting at the largest mosque in Shah Alam, because I work for the state government, but nothing to do with the government. Mosque, for the social media, you have no idea who will be there because they will be from PAD to the women owner who will say, oh, right? Bring your name card, register. I personally is leading the event. I did once in January. I did like 600 people. I didn't even know them. 99% of my room, I did not know. Right? So we thought that we have like so many unstoppable messages in my inbox. So I reached out to the mosque and said, okay, and started we can September because it has to be different. So the politicians doing all your private and partnership is somehow a bit and we cannot get the government to give. And that's one visibility sector ABC and networking to me and for me to do, in a very different ways of approaching all these. Because by the end of the day, the government has to be approachable. Not then why we have to do that completely. Thank you very much. It's been very inspiring and maybe I know we're kind of running out of time, so we wrap up here. I don't think we'll have time for questions. Okay. So I just wanted to add to my response to your previous question. Indeed, one of our OECD's policy recommendations is that the government should take a strong legal framework, efficient judicial system to protect creditors' rights and to strengthen insolvency and settlement procedures, because that is to incentivize the investors to help. That is the mechanism that is strongly important. And then, so for example, we also recommend direct credit support intervention. So where a public entity takes on some direct lending risk to incentivize the financial institutions to extend loans to the SMEs. These are the government loans. Thank you so much. Thank you for adding that as well. They will also talk about the role that the government could play, and there are many things that the government could do. In Thailand, we were also trying to see ways in which we could create an incentive with the BOI, the board of in how we could direct how we could incentivize investors to put capital into a specific sector or specific groups, or maybe this would be one of the things that we look at as a way to try to support the entrepreneurship. But we talk a lot about this in many ways in society. We talk about the challenges that we like Amy said, we've been talking about this for quite some time, for the past year. And there are many things that for us to do in our work and to maybe asking and bringing in more people to the work that we do, right? Talking about shifting the mindset in order to change how we can utilize different types of capital, in terms of also bringing capital into the vehicles, looking at not looking at the grant or philanthropy, but also looking at the different kind of capital as well. Looking at the design of the mechanism and how can we make sure that the investment product that we're creating actually really answers to the needs of the women entrepreneurs. So that's making sure we incorporate their voices into how we design and create that. The role of the government, I think, is step up, and also to also be a bit flexible as well, because in different contexts, maybe their role is different in different countries, also their role is different. So to really look into that. Looking at blended finance, that's collaborating different apples, be open to
and we think about the same people that are doing the work that we do with our competition, but we'll try to be open to bring more collaboration, because at this point in time, we really need all of us to be really together. We're talking about AI and technology, but the first time we'll touch up that topic. Some of that, and on climate, that is becoming a really growing concern that we really also to pay attention to. And I think we made a very good point about taking action, like call to action, and we tend to be talking about it and people with entrepreneurs that are not taking action. So I think maybe we will wrap up because we're kind of running out of time, but I wanted to kind of add the last part that while we see that the investing in women and the initiatives that support gender inclusion is not into question now, it is kind of our role to really double down on it, not to fear away and not to kind of be hesitant during the time that there is uncertainty. And a perfect antidote to the conversation that is general investment in conversation at DEI work is really a strategy and audacious collective action that is based on evidence, experience, and strong coalition that challenges the power structures to create constitution. And we need to really do that to shift the power in the future. So we hope that this is not whatever happens in the world right now is not a discouraging thing, but it's also providing us opportunity to do more, find more people that do the same, do a lot more, and hopefully more need to have this type of panel, in the next summit as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Yes, and thank you, Ms. Naoko, Dr. Melissa, Ms. Amy, as well as Ms. Priya. Ladies and gentlemen, panel session 2. Can I invite the panelists to please step forward for a quick photograph? That, ladies and gentlemen, brings our morning session to a close. We will now break for lunch, which will be served at the Mesh, just one floor below us at the 4 Points by Sheraton. So please make your way to the Mesh via the stairs or the elevators situated on the left to exit the ballroom. There will be ushers to lead the way to the Mesh. Now, surround facilities are located on this floor. Signages are visible as you exit the ballroom to the right. We will convene at 1:30 p.m. for the next session, so please enjoy your lunch. Go ahead, connect, network, get to know some of our panelists, catch them before they run off, and we'll see you at 1:30 p.m. promptly. Thank you.
Here we are Malaysia's first on-demand childcare platform. It's more of a hybrid childcare solutions, very tech-driven, very integrated, some form of AI inside that. I think in line with what Doctor has said, or my esteemed moderator has said, I think people often forget that care work is a historically undervalued issue. Today, 9% of the world's GDP can be achieved if unpaid care work were to be paid. And historically, care work has always been a burden or has always been a women's thing. You're a woman, you're supposed to care. You know, why should anybody pay you for doing what is your moral responsibility, your legal responsibility, or even your ethical responsibility, whether you're a daughter, your wife, or your mother. And in Malaysia alone, if we were to monetize unpaid care work, you're looking at about 10 to 20% of the Malaysia's GDP. Now that's a huge number and a huge potential that people are not talking about, right? The second thing is, before the moderator stops me, I see he's holding his mic, is the fact that naturally women today are hesitant about going back into work or chasing their careers because of cancer. And KidoCare exists sort of like help women go back to the workforce and allow them another option to not have this incessant dilemma of, do I be a mother or do I chase my career? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. You likely mentioned welcome, very welcome. And this is the whole so they're very important. Both they are giving, but both private state business as well. In fact, can I call can?
Yeah, you can.
Can like a Japanese name. I like the way. Mr. Ken, please give us some information.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Keng Pong Tangarum, so it's very long. You can call me short Ken. So I'm the CEO of Secretariat International Hospital. We are sub-acute care and long-term care facility in Thailand. We also have clinic and home care business too. That match caregivers, nurses to care the seniors and their residents. On behalf of the president of CDA Health Trade Association of Thailand. This association is like an association where we have nursing home owner in Thailand who operate legally. We have 400 members nationwide, and we work very closely to the Ministry of Public Health, Ministry of Commerce, and Ministry of Labor would like to be lift up the standards of care, focusly on the long-term care nursing home, and would like to be implementation about the good clinical outcome, because we would like to following the Thai government policy that change Thailand is not just only for the value healthcare tourism, but would like to add on the value. Would like to be like a Thailand second home campaign that welcome the people around the world to choose Thailand as the second home for the long-term care, for retirement living. So about the caregivers, or how do we improve about the care, focusly on about the long-term care is my work that very play important roles in the future.
Thank you very much. By the way, I myself try to see some second home in Thailand after retirement. So I'm very glad that you have. Very good not see you soon. Hi, Sylvain. Can I call Win simply? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I guess I'm the only woman caring for the 4 men here on this panel. So you guys have to help me to ease the burden. Yeah, so my name is Sylvain. I'm Indonesian, so selamat siang semua. But I'm based in Singapore. I'm the general manager for Aging Asia Alliance. I believe most of you here, except for Kun Kong, probably have not heard about Aging Asia Alliance. Any show of hand if any one of you have heard about us before today? No? Okay. So we've actually been around since 2009, 15 years before the term silver tsunami was coined in Singapore. We are an aging business network. We have 25,000 members across Asia Pacific. Most of our members are basically aging operators, aging care operators, like Kun Kong here. and also developers of hospitals, senior living. We also have a group of investors, and of course, not forgetting care products and technology service providers and solution providers as well. So why we started Aging Asia is because we want to change the way we age in Asia Pacific, and we wanted to create a platform where we can bring government, not-for-profit service providers, NGOs, as well as enterprises, and to lead in the area of advocacy, education, as well as innovation. I think more so in the area of innovation. We want to drive innovations for better quality of care for our seniors, as well as standards. Besides that, also to nurture partnership. Caregiving is a very hard work. I'm sure many of them have no time to go out and look for what is the new product out there that can help their job better, right? So this is where we come in, and we wanted to nurture the development of the product as well, and to help the innovation. So be an innovation in the sector, right? One of our key work is in the market intelligence. So you can go to the next slide. This Silver Economy Business Opportunity Report is the report that we published, and it has forecasted size of the market opportunity. This is based on the ability to spend by the consumer, baby boomer consumer, is up to $4.56 trillion just in Asia Pacific. So I know that we have a whole room of entrepreneurs here. If you are not looking at Silver Economy yet, please, I really encourage you to explore the market opportunity. This is probably the blue ocean opportunity for you to consider in wherever market that you are in. So what drives this silver economy? We see many things. Of course, there are health issues that drive the demand and the spending. But besides that, we also see more crucially is the changing mindset of the baby boomers. If you go back to my previous slide, so we see that there's a huge change in the notion of filial piety. I think here in Asia, especially in ASEAN, I'm from Indonesia, so I know the concept of taking care of your whole family within the family itself. But the fact of the matter is, more and more seniors are actually aging with smaller families, or their kids are not in their city or not in their town, right? And a lot of them are also living alone, or they are aging alone. So what we see is that they are now fiercely independent, because the baby boomers are also known to be the generation with the biggest savings. They also are more affluent. They know that they have higher longevity, the longer longevity, so they invest a lot on keeping themselves active. And so this is driving the creation of silver economy and the opportunities to create better products and services for this baby boomers. So I'm just gonna end. Sorry, take a bit longer than I should have.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm very proud of such a big economy in Japan. Actually, silver economy, I'm very talking about. I asked, she said, many like a training gym, food packed by silver people, including women and men. They try to be healthy and with smile. But somehow, the silver economy is not hard. It can be some of two. It can be relative investments. It's a changing. You claim yourself better diet. Could you explain the rationale why you yourself claim better diet?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Puneet. And I'm really honored to be here, to be invited to share some comments. And the topic today actually is very relevant. At least for this particular panel, we're talking about easing women's burdens, how we can help. Right? So Better Dads Malaysia is a non-profit NGO, which I founded in 2019. So last year, November 19, we celebrated our 5th anniversary. And so we do not recruit members. We see ourselves as a movement. So we consider BDM or Better Dads Malaysia as an NGO to lead the national fathering movement for Malaysia. That means our challenge and clarion call out there is to all fathers. In Malay, our name is known as Pertubuhan Bapa Hebat Malaysia. And there has been a lot of other NGOs, but focusing on women, single women in Malaysia. But rarely do we have one that is dedicated to fathers. And as all of you know, the influence of fathers, if you reflect back on your own life, you will know that your father's influence has a major impact on how and what shaped you to be what you are today. So I'll be sharing a little bit more about Better Dads Malaysia and how we can do a way to help the empowerment of women. So as you can see, our tagline, reaching fathers, winning families, transforming the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. I'm very confused. I want to ask to all of you, particularly this human history long rather than women, we need a kind of revolutionary change in care for them. I think this session, we also explore how innovation in the care community, including new technologies and business models, are helping to ease the caregiver burden traditionally sheltered by women. So my question, what innovative technology and a business model have been successful in achieving the caregiver burden, releasing the caregiver burden for women? How can this innovation create more equitable opportunity in the care body? Can I ask can I put it down, please?
Thank you. I think in terms of technology and innovation, where care economy is concerned, we see whether we've got to look at it, we've got to go back, step back and understand that in Malaysia alone, in some of the regions, women particularly tend to spend 3 hours every day doing unpaid care work. Now, understanding that, and then you couple that with the fact that choosing a tadika or taska or childcare place requires a lot of time. No, you're thinking about logistics, how far it is from the office, is it on the way to the office, what is the operation hour, if I'm stuck in traffic. And then comes the third question is, are the carers better? Are the whole process of minding my kid better? And how do I ascertain all this? Now, at KiddoCare, to a certain extent, at KiddoCare, what we do is we want to streamline and make it simple for mothers and single fathers out there, to a certain extent. And today, we've got my other esteemed speakers of the gang as well. We've got tech solutions that cuts across the time required to find better carer, cuts across the time to find better childcare centers, and cuts across the time for you to decide where to send your kids. And so that's number one. And then you have advancement in technology in the sense of where aged care is concerned. Now you have assisted living. I mean, in Japan, you've got something called Paro. It comes out with an AI robot that helps seniors to live. And of course, in Korea, in terms of learning, you've got AI-driven robot as well that assists with learning, does alleviating care for women. I think, and then on top of that, you've got telehealth, remote monitoring. So these are some of the advancements that are available within the care economy space, aimed primarily at reducing the care burden for women or single fathers who are caring either for their children or for their elderly.
Thank you very much. Very innovative. According to research on welfare Japan, estimated by 2030, more than 5 billion people will be living this village. So this incredible that those kind of AI supported or technically supported services can reduce some of the other caregivers. Thank you. Can I ask Ken for
Yeah, as you know, Thailand now we're going to a society and gonna be super a society in the next 10 years. So as you know, the healthcare workers in Thailand now mostly are women. 65% of the PT therapists, they are women. 90% of nurses in the hospital, private sector, government sector, 90% are women. And very importantly about the caregivers that work in the nursing home care or the long-term care, 99.5% are women. So as I'm the president of the nursing home association, we see a lot of burden about physically, emotionally, psychologically, and even about the financial that the women healthcare workers face on. So about the technology is a very important role to fix the problem, to reduce the gap. I think about maybe 3 to 4 future innovations that can help us to lift up the quality of care, living quality of life for the caregivers. The first one I think is AI driven. Okay, as you know, we talk about AI that can implement in many technology 5 years ago. So about we use the big data and AI for many fields in the serious care. It's like a use for the remote monitoring patients on the seniors who stay in the long-term care. They help. It can help the caregivers or the nurses can use the data for caring the patients well. We can see the data that tell us about how the quality of sleep are. How do we can help the patient who start to get involved in about the dementia, abnormal moods, or like about the like a floor. If we have the AI detection for detect about the abnormal gaits, that when the patients have like an abnormal walking, that can help the nurse can monitor really closely and help to consult the doctors properly. So about the telemedicine, it's gonna be lack of the senior doctor, geriatric doctor. I think in many countries, like in Thailand. How do we choose the effective telemedicine for to utilize the healthcare professionals that work in very big hospital to help the caregivers or the nurses who work in the nursing home can manage the difficult case properly, rapidly and effectively, like a can consult about abnormal neurological disorder, can help the nurse that work in long-term care reduce their stress, right? Because when the patient get the right medication at the right time, the right dose, it can control the chronic stress in the nursing home. We talk a lot about use the robotic rehabilitation or robotic device that can help the repetitive work that repeat and repeat and repeat in nursing home. It's like turning beds, turn the cell or automate turning beds can help them. The nurse or caregivers that work take very long time, take really much effort to turn the position of the patient. It can help them, the caring staff to carry them about the routine care and help the patients to or injured by the procedure, something like that. I think it's for the innovation that we can use in the future to be developed day by day, and when we use the AI, it can help a lot.
Thank you very much. You very much touching on very important things. Not only uses AI, but also use big data and robotics. But surprisingly, this human history long model very little data like that. And also need a lot of in-home decision making system and also program. So very much to our information that doing this very much help to more certainly next and Sue, could you share your ideas?
So one of the things that education do and how we serve our members is we provide education. So one of the form of that is the learning journey, and obviously we look at a lot, because Japan is home to the oldest population in the world right now, super aged. Right? So we go to China almost twice or 2 times a year with our members and our delegations. We have observed many. Obviously, all the that was mentioned just now was one. But recently, I saw an article in the news mentioned that the media in Japan have coined this term the 2025 problem, which is 2025 is the year where the youngest baby boomers post-war in Japan turn 75. So the ministries are affecting or preempting the big surge of the need for long-term care. And the ministry actually said that they need about 570,000 care workers. They are short of 570,000 care workers by 2040. But this is actually a good news because apparently this number has gone down at knowledge. And they found out that why it has gone down is because they've been very successful in some parts in trying to maintain privacy or to reduce privacy in long-term care for the older people. So the initiative that they have done but of course, there's always the trend of dementia that is rising. So the demand for care observed through the visit that we've done globally. We visited about 550 facilities around the world. Is that there's a lot of new innovation in services because capacity is very scarce. So a lot of care providers have no choice but to innovate their service model. I have a slide, if you don't mind showing the picture. The picture that you're going to see is actually taken from one of our study visits to Japan. This facility is called IO Care. It's just about 45 minutes away from Tokyo. It's started by a young entrepreneur, by the way, Couple-san started this. It's a very simple model that has been researched thoroughly nowadays. It's a small home, multifunctional nursing home for a person with dementia. But the difference is it's actually within the community. There is no gate or any barriers for seniors to go out to the neighborhood, and neither is there any limitation for children from the community to go into the facility. They feel like that, and most of you that Leslie mentioned that is the best for a situation, their own comfortable condition. And what is also very good about this model is that we actually hire working mom, or rather stay-home mom, that is in the neighborhood. And because it's so flexible, the moms are able to bring their children. I've seen babies taking naps side by side with the Oba-chan there. And I've seen children after school, they come and stay in the nursing facilities and they do their homework. Another facility on the right of that you see there is actually in Shinagawa, called LG 100. It's a mixed-use facility. One side is the childcare, the other side is the nursing home, and also senior care. Right? And we use common spaces. Japan is quite small, so we make the best of the space you have. So they use the common kitchen. The seniors cook for the children and feed the children sometimes, and the children are getting a lot of nutrition from the seniors that come from the children. So it's a win-win situation. I thought this is a very interesting innovation. I know that the co-panel can share a lot about technology, but I think there's also areas in the service model.
Thank you very much. And I know this facility it's very good collaboration and also good for baby and children as well. That there are very few opportunities to engage with multi-generational and even strict basic operation. There are some meaningful contributions that are very much helpful. Thank you very much for sharing this one. Jason, how about you?
Sure. Well, in terms of innovation, Bangladesh Malaysia would focus more on an innovative approach in terms of the mindset change. Because there are many people out there which conduct parenting workshops. Nothing wrong with parenting workshop, but Bangladesh Malaysia, we conduct what's called the fathering workshop. Exclusively only for men. No wives allowed, no girlfriends allowed, no women allowed. We do it in a very interactive way and a very safe platform where usually maximum about 30 fathers, and we interact with them, and there's a lot of sharing, honest sharing, safe platform. There's a confidentiality code. Whatever happens in Vegas happens, stays in Vegas and stays in the platform. And we find that it's more effective because when fathers in the collective experience of other fathers, and they begin to share their things, they learn more and they learn faster. And in fact, it is very effective. Our feedback rate, we have achieved over 95% positive feedback. And when we actually ask the wife of the man, it's quite interesting. Some of the men that come to our workshop actually sign up by the wives, not the men. The wife sign them up. They sign up. And the wife will recommend and say that, yeah, thank you for doing the workshop. He comes back, yeah, he's a better man. That's why we don't call ourselves best dads. You can't be the best dad. We are not perfect. But you can be a better dad one day at a time. Better today than yesterday. Better tomorrow than today. So that is the approach that we have been pushing. And over the years, we have engaged directly with fathers more than, in fact, we are still calculating the numbers for last year. I think it should exceed more than 35,000 men already, and impacting more than 150,000 families. And our digital reach, I think last year was a very good year. We should be hitting something like about 6 million because we have got a lot of favors from national TV, Astro Awani, and keep calling us to talk about it. And we hope that these are the things that we can talk about and begin to transform the mindset change. Because the influence of the father, if the father goes down in a family, it's not one person that goes down, the entire family basically goes down with him. But if he is up, he lifts up the entire family. That's why this is a transformational change, and that is very, very important. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have a follow-up question to Jason? You mentioned your organization very much focusing, promoting responsible caregiving by men. And what role do you see men playing in shifting the caregiving dynamic, like your family, one membership program? Now, how does this possibly actually impact women in the workplace?
Well, if you look at the statistics, Malaysia, women in workforce, Malaysia is one of the lowest in ASEAN. 1970, we were like 30%. It took us almost 40 years in 2010 to reach 47%. We increased by 17%. And last year, or the year before, the latest statistic, 2023, we are at 56%. Women in workforce, 56%. That means more than, just slightly more than half of the women in the workforce. What about the other half? They don't seem to be in the workforce. And Singapore is higher than us, at 69%. Even Thailand is higher than us at 59%. Laos at 72%. Vietnam is at 79%. So Malaysia is supposed to be one of the more progressive countries, yet we are pretty low. So a strategy to help to liberate the women and empower the women and getting them into the workforce. This is one of the role of Elder Malaysia. Because in our workshop, when we teach the fathers, we tell them, hey, men, it is no shame to be a stay-at-home dad, be a caregiver, take care of the house, and let your wife go out to work, especially if she earns more than you. So why keep the women at home? So we're trying to change stereotype, mindset, which is so stuck. Malaysian and Asian men, I think, by and large, we are all come from a very practical society. Men say, yeah, women stay at home and be a good mother and good wife, good housewife, that person. I think that's a sad stereotype that all of us need to break, all over ASEAN, all over the world, so that the women can go out. So that is what we are trying to help. And perhaps that's the reason why the Minister of Women put me on the National Women and Family Council to give new ideas. Because for many years, the National Women and Family Council has 100% women. For this first time, I think since last year or so, there are now 2 men in there, me and another guy. So we hope to change things, and I think by and large also for ASEAN, ASEAN level itself.
Thank you very much. You show very positive evidence that the man can change the situation. Thank you very much. I also have a question to the student. As an Asian, what are the most promising innovations or initiatives driven by collaboration or cooperation between business, governments, and the community in the region that are helping to promote stability goals, particularly in the development?
About 2 years or 4 years ago, Singapore government, in collaboration between their Ministry of Health and their Ministry of Development, actually launched action plan to support caregivers. I think caregiving is not just, most of the caregivers that are caring for older person, I think for example, can also attest to this, are also seniors themselves. So seniors are caring for seniors, and in some cases, the seniors are caring for their seniors and also their young. Right. So there's this consolidated effort or action plan that we put together, and it is covering 5 areas, which I thought I can share with you guys. One of them is care navigation. So as Rahman has pointed out, it's difficult to navigate care, not just for child care, but also for elderly care. There's so many different disability services, and how do you go about doing that? Right. The second thing actually financial support. So the government have looked at multiple types of financial support for caregivers, not just in terms of subsidies to hire domestic workers, but also subsidies to help them to make their home more age-friendly for the seniors that they have to take care of. Right. Then the third thing is workplace support. This is something that was not mentioned yet. But it's still more important because I think most women, a lot of women are working. But the government has been encouraging more enterprises to look at flexible working arrangements. In fact, this is not just for women. So men in Singapore, if they have to care for their parents or their grandparents, they could now go to their companies and say that I want a flexible hours, and the government is encouraging companies to make it possible and not to explore any way or option for that. Of course, it may not be in all sectors, but in most sectors, we are encouraged to do so. And within this space, there's also a lot of attention to mental wellness as well for caregivers. Then the fourth area that they're looking into is caregiver respite options. So this is again aligned with the mental health. There's a lot of that also shows that younger caregivers actually have more severe burnout, more health issues. It's one thing to attract them into the sector as a professional caregiver. I think it's another to retain them. Like for example, so respite options are now made available. Then the last one is actually on caregiver empowerment. We have seen cases, not just in Singapore, but a lot of mature aging countries like Hong Kong as well, where they are middle age when they quit their job and they start caring for their parents. And then by the time they kind of graduate from caregiving for their parents, they realize that they can't go back to the past, they can't go back to working. So the government is now putting a lot of initiative and encouraging education sector as well to get upskilling for certain area for caregiving.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ken, In your work with the Thai Elderly Health Trade and Such Association, how innovation elderly care, such as 100-year happy living solution, help to reduce the caregiving burden traditionally shouldered by them.
According to the Jason, I so strongly agree with you about to change the norm that for the caregivers, mostly that 90%, more than 90% are women, so we will change to gender equity, so can help the society and can change the model for the caregiving and the career in Thailand too. For about the innovation that you mentioned, 100 years happy living solution. We teach a lot into the market for Thai people. We will not want to be just only for the treatment or the rehabilitation because it's so spend more resource and it's so very expensive, right? We should focus on health prevention, promotion. That is the right way for living longer, shortening about the diseases and die peacefully. So it's not only for the patient and family. We must to focus on the caregivers or the healthcare professionals too. How do we care our staff, keep the talent in the business long as we can, and can help them to have like a good day, good quality of life with good solution. So about the technology to help the caregivers about make them work easily, work effectively. As I mentioned about the training, innovation, I think it's maybe play the important roles. How do we upskilling them, reskilling them to have like a very important skill in the future, like and then apply about the AI technology. How do we adapt the innovation about the remote monitoring that can happen in the nursing home very long they have? How do we connect to the big hospital for consultation rapidly and in time to care the patient in the nursing home? So that can help and reduce the burden for the caregivers. And for the psychologically problems that we face on for the chronic stress, because the caregivers, most of them are women, they face on about the chronic stress all the time when they care the patients or the serious and the long-term care. Based on about the brain disorder, right? Alzheimer, abnormal behavior, that's so burden for this area. We have every time that in Action Zero we have like hotline for consultation. By the phone we have the hotline 1323 that can calling to the psychologist, psychiatrist, and communicate them about what's the problem that they face on and how do they fix about the problem properly. That can reduce and help the caregivers can move on about this products that they have. But in the future, I think for the AI automatically consultation, like for fix about the psychological problems, or help them to give them about the proper solution. I think it's maybe develop better in the future too.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. Health as a whole should be social capital. It's not use the money only for the it's very much important for prevention. The community can support them. The people themselves can use the money. It's my question. Care is an innovative platform in the caregiving space. What do you think is the role of innovation in improving the care economy forward?
Thank you. I think it's very important to address healthcare economy from a couple of lenses. Yes, we've spoken about how caregivers must be upskilled, For the longest time, historically, caregivers are always stuck with just that. Like the moment they go out of their roles as caregiver, they have nowhere to go, no skills, no nothing. In terms of, and that's one. Secondly, when we circle back to the title of the session, how do you ease the burden of care? I think no one talks enough about the cost of care. I think that is something that has to be addressed front and center. There are three things that should be considered when we talk about innovations and within the care space. Number one is how do we make it cost effective? Number two is how do we ensure that the caregivers are of quality and the caregivers are not burnt out and the caregivers have skills once they leave the industry. And of course, number three is how do we remain flexible and scalable at the same time. And at KiloCare, we have disbursed up to 15 million ringgit in terms of payout to our carers. Our caregivers are trained, vetted, certified, and pricing is transparent. When we talk about innovation, we must also look into is the whole process of caregiving or selecting your childcare provider. Is it transparent? Are the pricings right? Do you know who they are? What kind of reviews, ratings, so on and so forth. And from KiloCare's perspective, I'm going to lead this with first segue with a personal story. For the large part of my child life, or when I was a young girl, when I was a kid, I was raised single-handedly by my mother alongside two other sisters. And what I've learned growing up is every day she has had to answer these questions all the time. Every time, every day. Do I leave my kids to someone I don't know and find money? Or do I not find money and look after my kids? Somehow or other, we got to where I am. And this is why I believe in affordable and quality childcare solution, both on demand and on a permanent basis. And of course, we've got to look at it from the lens that makes sure that childcare or care services is accessible to all. It should not be a question of if I have money or if someone has money, I can afford better childcare, I can afford better caregiving. It shouldn't be that. At KiloCare, we believe that childcare, quality childcare, should be accessible by all, whether you're a single parent, whether you're a migrant, whether you are a single father. We do have single dads who uses our service. And taking cue from what Jason has said, men can also play a role by ordering. And I have had friends who actually call up to me and say, can I book your KiloCare for my wife so that my wife can have her time, so that my wife can go out, have lunch with her friends, or look after her parents and so on and so forth. So in terms of innovation, you're looking at making it cost effective, making it affordable, making sure that the carer are quality and the carer can be upskilled, making sure that it is accessible to every walks of life. Caregiving or care economy shouldn't be a bastion of only for the elites, only for the people who can afford it. Caregiving should be a right. Care services should be a right as much as water is our universal right, as much as health is our universal right. People and governments should start looking at care should also be a universal right for people from all walks of life.
Thank you. We are in universal care and for all, mostly care for this very businesses. I know the time's up, but I try to pick one question from the audiences. And the question about series response in Japan's first study. In the care industry, could you share the key points you found? For instance, for Japanese, I often hear about issues like low wage,
leadership. Could you elaborate on this, what the father said? She is one that.
Yeah. So I actually completely agree with Rahman that we have not touched on the elephant in the room, financing care, right? So thanks for the question. I don't have a bulletproof answer to that. And I do think that our caregiver needs to be paid better across Asia Pacific. So it's not just in Japan. Singapore government has recently tried to rationalize the salary between nurses in the hospital and nurses in the nursing home or in the day care. I think that was one good step ahead. But yes, generally, it is still not the most profitable, not the most high salary occupation. So for education, we want to advocate for professionalization of caregivers. What we see in some of the very successful services in Japan, for example, they actually have very good programs, learning development programs and talent retention programs, so that the staff can grow. They could be young mothers juggling with childcare when they are younger. They enter care home and started to do daily type of work, but they are groomed by the company and slowly trained up to the right. Some of the center manager or directors that we met in Japan, they started off like that. So we see that this is one way that we can actually groom talent, and of course professionalizing the caregiver will help to make the profession first and foremost of value. And of course, again, we, like Rahman said, we need to pay for care, right? We need to value the care. So I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. I'll try to several key takeaway. This is a type of call to action, but anyway, innovation is a key. But innovation not necessarily communication, but pressure is this model that we are putting on. And the second, the collaboration effort is very, very much important. But government, business, communities themselves must work together to create a supportive environment. And also, then, it's a time to step up. The shifting social norms and encouraging men's active participation in caregiving is not just a nice idea, but it's a necessity for creating a more equitable society. So thank you very much. Again, I'm sorry, I cannot go into the second question, but I would want to see how the caregiving continue to evolve in our vision. And who knows, maybe next time we see more in this session for caregiving. Please give a big round and round of applause to our
and a big round of applause for moderator Dr. Hirabayashi. Dear panelists, can I invite you to please step forward for a quick group photograph? And as our panelists have their photo taken, a quick reminder that there's more food being served in the foyer right now. So if you didn't have enough at lunch, an hour was not sufficient for you. You still have a little tea is being served in the foyer right now. We are going to power through into panel 4. But if you'd like to grab a bite, if you need a bite or a cup of coffee or tea to help you engage and focus in our next few panel sessions, please feel free to grab a cup of coffee, grab a bite, and bring it into the room as we proceed with our next panel sessions. Thank you once again, Dr. Hirabayashi and our panelists, panel session 3. Now, as we move into our next discussion, we will explore how integrating sustainability into business practices can not only drive growth, but also create meaningful impact for society. On the stage for this panel session, Ms. Sophia Dar, Secretary General of the ASEAN Women Entrepreneurs Network. Joining Ms. Sophia is Ms. Maylene Aviva, Corporate Secretary and Co-Chairperson of International Affairs and Women's Business Council Philippines. We also have Ms. Ayaka Matsuno, Director of Social Innovation at Leadership Foundation in Japan. And Ms. Sabrina Inantia, Head of Impact and Sustainability at Amarta Indonesia. Moderated advisor at Japan, board member at Stella Impact. Ms. Nazoli, please go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the panel session 4. The panel session 4 title is Leveraging Facilities for Growth and Impact. Welcome back. I hope you have some tea, some coffee, and you will be back for this 1-hour session. My name is Leadership and been introduced. I'll be the moderator for the next exciting session. But first, before I start the session, please take a look at this beautiful lady, very proud of the colorful outfit from the second country fabric with a modern twist. I think many of you have remembered the Dr. Dia said this morning about the women are like tea bags. No, until you pour the hot water, you don't know how strong they are. Well, imagine you have been poured with the hot water now, and look how powerful, colorful, vibrant, elegant, and very proud representing women leaders. So, I'd like to go into a quick overview of the session. Go to the session slide, please. Yes, next one, please. Okay, so quick overview of this session so that you know what to expect for the next 15 minutes. So again, my name is Nazoli. I'm representing so many different multiple hats. One is the Director of Sustainability Relations at Coca-Cola Bottlers Japan, but also advising of the top value Japan, which is the startup. And probably like many of you, I also wear the hats of a woman and a mother and a wife. So all of us are wearing multiple hats, but today we're going to focus specifically on the sustainability and growth and impact. Just one clarification, when we talk about sustainability in this session, we mean by sustainability both in terms of ESG of the environment, but also financial sustainability as part of our term sustainability. So sometimes we use the word transfer with the social impact. So just one of that. And today we have these four panelists here to introduce from the 1 to 4, so the not in order of anything. But the first we have the Ayaka Matsuno. She's the Director of the Social Innovation at the Peace Foundation. She will going to talk about the pre-peace funding program which is run in Cambodia. Next, we have the Katrina Inantia, Head of Impact and Sustainability at Amarta Indonesia. Many of you may know Amarta is one of the largest microfinance institutions operating in India, but special focus on students as the micro lenders. The third, we have Maylene Aviva, Corporate Secretary and Co-Chairperson of International Affairs Women's Business Philippines, and she also runs her own family business. We're going to hear results from her with her personal background and her story. Last but definitely not least, a very powerful lady next to me, Ms. Sophia Pilar. She's the Secretary General of ASEAN Women Entrepreneurs Network. The objective of this session to remind ourselves is how women entrepreneurs integrate sustainability into business. What are the bottlenecks or challenges? So, gender a part of the factor or not? Probably yes, but then how much? If this is a little bit too mouthful for you to memorize and remember what the session is about, just remember the 3 keywords: business / sustainability, bottleneck for scale-up, and regional impact. So throughout the session, just keep attention to the 3 words and you get the help. So let's go. Next one, please. So one more. Thank you. Okay. So as a stage setting, I just wanted to share a little bit about where we are coming from on this. So my North Star has been the business and force for good. And this, I came to this realization as living experience in Iraq and Tanzania as a kid. Super fast forward because it's all about them, not me, but super fast forward. Throughout my career, I basically used to work back in Washington, D.C., NGO in San Francisco, impact investing in Singapore, where I founded debt funding to the main startups in ASEAN countries, and then think tank consultancy in Tokyo, and then now it's prime listed corporate in Tokyo. Basically, this is to say that many different places, different avenues, and the consistent theme has been business as force for good. So why am I sharing about this? Right? Is because I wanted to share the two quick slides as a stage setting for this upcoming session. The one is about, so after all of my personal global journey, where do we stand with the startups and women entrepreneurship in global context in ASEAN? So this very simple slide, this is put by the World Bank, presented at the World Economic Forum. As you can see, the numbers of this is large companies, G20, 250 and N100. Basically, the world's largest 250 companies by revenue, and also the 100 companies by revenue in 49 countries. These are how much of the corporates are caring about the ESG and they're disclosing about it. Now, if you look at this number and think about what about then the startups? Because these are the large corporate numbers. What about the startups? Keep that in mind. Next one, if you go to the next slide, this is the last part. But what about the women? What about the gender aspect into it? So this one is another thought-provoking slide. Globally, only 1 in 3 owned by the women. And where do we stand if you look at, if you find that Asia and look at yourself, look at ourselves, does this look like a good news or does it need more opportunity? So throughout this session, we're going to answer this. And to keep going with this, this is how we're going to structure this session. So before diving into this, I'm going to ask each one of the panelists to share their views in a quick 2-3 slides, 4 minutes, 5 minutes each, uninterrupted, so that they can fully share their experience and views. And we'll go into the order of starting with my name, then we'll go to Sophie, then we'll go to Ayataka, and then we are going to Nadia. So we're going to that order, and then after that, we're going to dig deeper into each of the questions that you like to discuss about. Please feel free to interrupt and then make it ask closely. So if you're ready with that, let's go. So my name is yours. Yes. All right. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. I am Maria Viva. I am what's called the child of owner, or COO for short. I am a part of a 60-year-old company. We're a transition company founded in 1966 by my parents, but we also own an 80-year-old company, which is the first book company in the Philippines, publishing company. My grandparents are in the photo. And so it's the third generation, which is my son is now part of the company. From book to science equipment to now we manufacture devices for schools, shop put water different devices for Intel. We're a Microsoft global trading partner, and we also are into robotics, physical robotics, and physical AI, and other technologies. Now, moving towards my other hat, I'm also the ASEAN Access. Chris has mentioned the importance of this platform for our entrepreneurs here
is that it's a free platform for cross-border trade. So you can just log on to www.aseanaccess.com and you can now find other 3,800 other women entrepreneurs that you can take with. We are also part of the Women's Business Council Philippines and the immediate path chairperson. We're a 28-year-old organization, and we're under the Department of Trade and Industry. Particularly, we are advocates of women economic empowerment in the Philippines. And we're introducing other tools like AI and other business tools, particularly fintech for women, for them to have a loan program. And also sitting as a design advisory council. So for those in the creative industry, I am part of the Philippine Design Advisory Council, preparing a policy on design policy for Philippines, only one of two have it in Asia, Singapore, and now hopefully in Japan. And finally, this is the fintech poster that we have been generating. It's we have worked with a private bank called Women Bank of the Philippines. They have a digital bank called UBS. And just with your cell phone, with no collateral, just take a selfie and you just fill out the application form. You can have a loan from $1,000 US to $200,000 US, all in about 2 days. So this is our way of making women in the Philippines more bankable, because only 20% of women in the Philippines have bank accounts, and then at the same time, we are bringing them to the formal economy, so we register in the Department of Trade and Industry, and they are also protected from the loan sharks, because some of them get capital from loan sharks, and we want to take them out of that spot, or that not to be victimized. Another intervention I would like to share with you is that we have been able to establish during my chairmanship in the Women's Council what we call the Women Strong Network members. These are women who are export ready. We provide them an on-site exhibition of their goods and services, and we provide them a digital platform and we call it Amazing Philippines, where they do cross-border trade. Not only that, we also provide order fulfillment, which includes payment portal, as well as the logistics support. And finally, we're also part of the International Trade Commission of the She Trades, where we also provide capacity building, capital access, as well as mentoring programs for women who would like to do cross-border trade. And finally, since next year, the Philippines will be hosting the ASEAN Youth Organization Council meeting that's is that our First Lady in this photo is very much into the creative industry, so we're also would like to benchmark with our ASEAN neighbors or other sisters to help us so that we can have a more sustainable creative industry in ASEAN. Thank you. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat.
So this is the level from Cambodia. So good afternoon and all good morning. I am Sophia La. Today I represent ASEAN Women and Japan Network, and also Cambodia, which is Cambodia Women and Japan Network. So when we see the pictures, basically there is a lot of activity from AWAN. AWAN represents for ASEAN Women Entrepreneur Network. We have 6 main goals. The first one is advocacy and policy influence. AWAN work with ASEAN government and also policy network, and we promote the policy. Second one, the network and collaborations. So we build a lot of network between nations and regions. We bring from all over each country, like Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, and together with the 10 countries, we work together and we match together. The third one, we also focus on capacity building and trainings, and this is very active. Each state member, we concern a lot about the capacity building of the Women Entrepreneur Network. We cover not just the SME, but also the micro, and there is a lot and big work that we have to work hand in hand and all together. The fourth one, we also have the access to financing market, like I mentioned. ASEAN is almost 700 million, which is a very big market and opportunity. Movement has played a very good and important role in making the market lively, but before we go that, we need to prepare a lot of things. The big one, we promote the digital transformation, which is also important. And last one, you might see in the picture, is about all recognized women achievement. If we work, there is no recognition, there is no work, then there is no motivation at all, which is why I want to conduct annually a work and matching, and we switch from country to countries. Like last year, we conducted in Cambodia, and we also have our Prime Minister join the event as well. Since I'm from Cambodia, I would like to introduce you some of the opportunity which is Cambodian Women Entrepreneur Network bring. We should not forget the COVID period, which is a very big lesson learned. I would like to bring like two cases, which is a basic need of human being. First one is Ian is the food industry. She opened her restaurant just before the COVID, and then when the COVID came, she shut down. But during the COVID, she did not forget her passion. She never forget her journey. So she keeps trying for the development and find way how to make it happen. So the food is still the needs of people. She tries to look for the way how can she move the food, like instead of people going to the restaurant, she brings the food to the house. So she innovates. She's trying her best to keep the food alive, which is a basic need of course, but how can we integrate, how can we innovate the way that from going to restaurant to the house of people or the customer. So right now she has more than 5 restaurants, and aside of that, we also have a packaging which she pack the food and send it back and keep quite long there. Another basic need of the foundation of people is education. So KCD is one of the role models, and I would say this is a very good platform. The school also opens 6 months before the COVID. COVID is a new lesson for all people all over the world. No one knows that it's going to happen. But KCD switched from offline to online, even though it is like 6 months. But because of the owner have the experience, the passions, and we know the journey that we have to deliver the education to the kids, then she moved a lot, which is why until now, KCE has more than 3 campuses in Phnom Penh, and she also developed the type of education by engaging with technology, with the language that the kids should learn, and also open up the opportunity. Both business always consider about social development, social engagement, and also we care a lot about the sustainable in not just in our Cambodia, but also in the region as well. So whenever you want to ask, or whenever you want to have like more information regarding to Campbell or Awan, I think 4 minutes is never enough. But please take a picture and reach out to me. Thank you.
I told you these are very powerful ladies with lots of case studies, so please remember them.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayaka Martino. I'm the Director of Social Innovation Program of the Secretariat Foundation. I think many of you don't know Secretariat Foundation, so I just wanted to talk about a little bit about our organization, the Secretariat Foundation. So, Secretariat Foundation is Japan-based philanthropy organization, and then we basically work together with different local partners to support women's economic empowerment and gender equality since 4 or 5 years ago. So, because Secretariat Foundation, we are BINTA and also ITA, meaning that we work together with local partners, and then we try to really create a better relationship between Japan and especially Africa. So we thought that, how we can strengthen the relationship between Japan and ASEAN, and we thought, okay, women empowerment, because we know that we can make a women is a key driver to really make our world a better place, more inclusive, more honest, for all of us. So that's why we have been focusing on women entrepreneurs at the level. For what we did, basically we try to address both demand side of capital as well as supply side of capital. As a foundation, we actually have a very interesting vehicle called Asia Women Impact Fund, which is an impact fund specifically targeted to bring about positive outcome for women and girls in Asia through investment. But then we use part of our investment. We do only for fund of funds, so we don't really do the direct investment, but then that's what we have to do it and try to make sure that the capital flows towards the direction. So Martha will be coming up, but then we are about investors in Martha through Women's World Banking Capital Fund through Asia Women Fund. So that's one thing. We think that it's very, very important that we work together with more investors to make the capital flow into the direction of women entrepreneurs and an ecosystem more friendly to them. At the same time, we also have this technical assistance project selected from Malaysia, Cambodia, Thailand, so Myanmar. Then what we do is that since we are based in Japan, so we need to have good partners to work with, and then we cannot really provide the process and project without having a good understanding of what's going on. So we do a lot of research and things. So this will be the basis of our interventions. And then after that, we identify our partners and we work together for design interventions. And here, there are so many publications. If you're interested, please go visit the Secretariat Foundation SEF.org. And for genderless investing, we actually try to raise awareness of this concept. Basically, bringing the capital to women entrepreneurs and also entrepreneurs who are specifically targeting women and girls. So we did the landscape report in Asia, looking at private market as well as public market, and looking at the different kinds of people that is available in 2020. That's a landscape report, which is often cited. And after that, we have done a separate report in Cambodia and the Philippines. Bill Grove, Julia has already left maybe, but then she was one of our partners to work together to really come up with financial gap. And based on that research, for example, in Cambodia, we try to make the national policy more gender women friendly. So we work with Male Enterprise, which is a government agency to really promote entrepreneurship ecosystem. So we integrate the women's voices and we try to incorporate gender factors into their national strategy or roadmap. And also we have several flagship programs. The one you can see is Chennai Accelerator Program. Chennai means innovation. So this one is not targeting specifically for women entrepreneurs, but we try to really make the entrepreneurship accelerator program more gender smart, meaning that we would like to provide a level playing field for women and male enterprise by designing gender factors into the program. So starting from the cohort selection, advertisement, selection process, and also the program execution. And another thing that we have been doing is in we targeted the women entrepreneurs specifically, and then we support their networking and also business development through entrepreneurship support organization. But we realize that many of them are very socially driven. So now we are specifically targeting those women entrepreneurs, but with socially driven business. So I think I should stop there and then we can continue our discussion.
Good afternoon. Hello everyone. My name is Katrina.
You all be going to familiar with Ms. Katrina Palo from ASEAN-Japan Centre. I'm the other Katrina. So this Katrina comes from Amarta. I'm actually the head of impact and sustainability at Amarta. Amarta is actually a technology company that you can also call us as an impact. So we established in 2010, and our mission is to contribute to equal prosperity in Indonesia. How do we do that? We do that through realizing equitable prosperity by building digital financial infrastructure for the American economy. So in short, we are developing a digital financial infrastructure for the women micro entrepreneurs in Indonesia. So we're working only with the rural women micro entrepreneurs in Indonesia. For now, we already dispersed more than 23.9 trillion rupiah for all these women entrepreneurs. And our women entrepreneurs are now reaching the number of more than 2.6 million. So these are all owners of like mom and pop shops, small farmers, fisher women, and those kind of jobs. And we do have several investment or lenders types. So we actually have the one that's coming from institutions, just like I just mentioned. Our investors is big investment organizations like Lumpur banking, and then we also have IFC, one another, and we also have our retail lenders. So this is where like companies you actually can download the apps, among the apps, and you can be a lender. It's starting with like 100,000 rupiah investment into as well, like so huge money bring it. So feature of the apps, the regular apps. So in that app, you can see the face of the entrepreneurs, what is she doing, how much capital already they needed, what is it for, and everything is really credit registered. Sorry, credit reporting. So that's what kind of apps that we're doing. So you can invest like you are in a marketplace. That is for investing in little entrepreneurs. So for now, although we are technology company, we are still doing things in the hybrid mode because these customers of us, the micro entrepreneurs, most of them are not digitally. So if you see the picture on the right over there, it's the kind of meetings that they have weekly. So our loan is a really small size. It's for micros and really small size, and they need to attend a weekly meeting with our consultants. So in Amarta, we now have like 10,000 employees, with 9,000 of them is in rural area. There are local people from that area, and they are working as our local officer to maintain this women entrepreneurs. And that not just maintaining them as in for the financial aspect, like for paying them out, we also the women entrepreneurs. So they will be business partner. We call them business partner. They're helping to our entrepreneurs to try to leverage things like that. And then we also help us to find out the impact of our loan. So that's why we have some numbers here. So the thing that we are always measuring is like the increase of the annual revenue, how many of them are already hiring the first employee, and how we already have employee and then we started to have more employees, and also other impact assessment that we're doing. And all of this, of course, based on the data that is needed by all of our stakeholders. It is not about the governance part of the government. So it's about the impact of sustainability. My team is the one that is developing the ESG goals of Amarta. So we're developing the sustainability goals of Amarta. And in Amarta, the sustainability goals is not about just making the company itself sustainable, but also making the women entrepreneurs sustainable. And when we talk about sustainability, micro entrepreneurs, something is so far important. So that in that case, Amarta has to do one or two things to make them jump from the sustainability and then start their sustainability. But I think I have to talk about that later. So
So I'm going to give this second to thank you. Thank you, ladies. So as you can tell, there's a lot of stories and lots of cases, and I think the time will not really be enough to cover everything, so please catch us later. But maybe I'll just kickstart. So there's going to be a 2 rounds of questions that I want to ask. The first round is related to the business and sustainability. How can they march together? The second round, I'm going to ask a little bit about the gender. How would it say? How does it help or not help for the scale up? So the first part, the sustainability and business, I'll start with Ayaka-san. Since you've seen so many success and maybe not so successful cases through the impact fund, the gender-led investment, and also the work we do with the Foundation. In your view, what are the key factors of the good marriage between the sustainability and the business? Yes. I would like to say that sustainability is very much intertwined with social impact that they create. And then we wanted to make sure that the storyline really needs to their clientele. So I would like to share one activity that we have done, a strong project that we have done in the Philippines, for example. We worked together with the SPARK project, a C accelerator program. And that was for the women entrepreneurs with social minded. And then they wanted to go through exploring, how to raise capital in different forms. So we conducted the training of crowdfunding campaign. So actually 10 cohort members, 8 of them very successfully raised capital to target. But one lesson that we really learned that how articulate they can be to create their social impact through their business. And then by doing so, they can actually win the heart of the potential customers, and also they are the fund base, and they are the foundation of their business. And so by them articulating their impact story, what they want to do through their business, and that really connects to the sustainability of the project. And then, she said it's very important not only that the business of those entrepreneurs is sustainable, but whatever they are doing, that the impact should really last in the target community. So that's something that I wanted to highlight through our activity. Thank you so much. And with that, I think we've talking about the matching the right capital for the right entrepreneurs. And it's different types of capital that match well with certain types of entrepreneurs. And I think the experience of the success and also successful cases that shares that. Building on that, I think it's been many ASEAN countries all together, and yourself here in beautiful clothing from Cambodia. So whether either from Cambodia or compared to other ASEAN countries, are there some regional differences or the commonality in the topic of the sustainability?
I think we found that something common that women entrepreneurs are more challenging. They want to get better. They challenge the challenge. So today, because every year we meet with all the Centre of One Foundation countries, we always really share and we learn from each other. So besides the landlocked background, the country is landlocked, we don't have a country. And also in addition, we have so many islands. Besides that, we have almost the same challenges and also willing to learn more. And we build a bigger, better network right now. So the opportunity is way better than the previous.
You said also, Katrina, that you mentioned several times about in terms of the micro loans and women using the tech. Within this is the instruments, the tools that Amartha is using. When Amartha comes, so now we are talking about the cash flow from the Secretariat Foundation to Amartha, and now Amartha to the local women entrepreneurs. In the cash flow, when you do the due diligence, or when you see the business, micro followers, what are the key success, or how do you identify the potential business? Because I'm sure you get a lot of demand from people all over the internet wanting to access the platform. How do you pick the one that seems to be good course, are the one that is unbankable. So you can imagine they are relatively funded. They don't have any for collateral. So what we do is we build our own credit scoring system using AI and etc. So we now have a very proven credit scoring system. We started in 2010 with only 2,000 and now we have 2,600 students that works. And from that, it's not just using financial data. So this is really credit scoring system might focus more on the financial data. But in our case, because these people do not also they are recommended, we are looking for other things as well, like the social aspect, like their resilience, like their grit. So these are the things that are the strength of the entrepreneurs, which everyone here has. So those are the things that we measure, we can calculate as a risk factor. Other than that, we also do some social and environmental risk factors, like if you are going to be farming in this part area of Indonesia that is prone to drought, you probably would like to do that. You probably like to do that, but you might have some intervention for you. That's the one we do. And also, other thing is because these borrowers are not the one that is focusing on security, we as a financial provider to be the so that's the type of start from exhibition list. So we have all that we can agree with that. If you want to have the informal market, and we also have our own selection after the very story, we know that oh, we have this and that rate, so we have to do that. Yeah, this technology and the back end, there's all the solution and anything that we do is a hybrid and a very localized in each area. We're going to shift gears now a little bit to the gender and the scale up, building more from this identity and business model which I shared. So now that I'm here, I'd like to ask you, because I had a pleasure of meeting you in Tokyo last week, and you shared some key inspiring stories with how can women's business scale up, and what are the elements to scale up from your what you see, not in a PowerPoint, but in the case studies, but really more from your personal experience, was very inspiring. So it would be great if you could share. Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I believe that 60 years is a long time. It's a lifetime for some. Probably none of us are 60 years old or over. But the secret, I believe, that we'll be able to have a business resilience is that most of our senior managers are women. No offense to the men here, is that I believe that was quite crucial. We come from an industry where school technology is fast-paced. We come from an industry where education was halted during the COVID. For 2.5 years, our schools were closed. And Dr. Lee mentioned earlier that agility is one of the key factors for you to have business resilience. And I believe that was one of our key factors. That including our women who are very resilient. You see, they risk their lives at the time to go to the office, although we had the health protocol. But I think that having women on the top of the C-suite is quite effective for our industry. The second thing is that financial inclusion, talking about women's business council at this time, is also very important because 70% of all entrepreneurs operations is capital. And if you don't have that, you cannot scale. And we also know that women economic empowerment is crucial because when you have interdecision making in the household, there's less violence against women. So it's all interconnected in how the confidence of women is also generated through that. And lastly, I'd like to point out, I'm a woman in tech. I've been a victim of sexual harassment. I mean, this part of I had same experience, but you have to prove 2 times more that we can do it because men will say, you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what you're talking about. So it's really, you have to
pick up the plate and say, oh no, I am into robotics, I'm into AI, I know what to do. So I think that is a stereotype that women may not be good in STEM or engineering or in space, because I am also going to be doing space programs for space data, which is very important for environmental degradation. That's very important. After a disaster, you can see from space what's happening down on Earth. So these are really things of the future that I believe women, fearless women, can get into that space.
Yeah, I think the both, the bias or the stereotype, sometimes it's gut feeling, it's something that's not put by the environment, sometimes we put it in our own. And on that, the gut feeling or the bias or maybe the goal, what is your goal, what is our goal? I'd like to ask Ayatan with a specific question around that, about the uniform. That, not only the startups, as mentioned earlier, and we heard warnings, government are putting in the hands, government OECD, they're putting a lot of support and a lot of initiatives to make the startups more vibrant. However, yet, we don't have the really good, powerful uniforms available, and yet a lot of using. And I think, as we've been saying this discussion in the morning, we have to announce it. We need to have the tip going higher. We also need to have a layer at the lower level, also having more population involved in it. But what are the, I haven't been seeing any entrepreneurs in Japan or in Cambodia, why not there women-led responses more yet? Like, how do you think? What do you think is the bottleneck that we can break to see the forest uniform or to have more population involved in the startup?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I think that Bill Priya has mentioned that we have to define what success looks like. So to be honest, our program is more focusing on Libra type of program, social enterprise. So we have not had, but then it doesn't mean that if they are not successful, they can define on their own success, and they need some support to go through and have a creative growth. Yes. So in order for them to do that, I would like to highlight two things. I think already Dr. Louis has already mentioned that. I don't want to repeat too much, but there are very, very important. One, I think mentorship, at least for those people that we have been supporting, because women tend to really have imposter syndrome. That is, the statistics already show that. And also, unfortunately, there is always gender bias among investors as well as supporters. So we have to make sure that we try to address that particular point by supporting women entrepreneurs, their mental health, resilience, groups, all that, and try to create an environment where they can be support, not only from themselves, but then also their family, their community, their clients, all that. Another point, also we have already mentioned, but it's very important for us to have more women in this investment field. Because there's one very successful women-led venture capital in Japan and ours. They're saying that, oh, we don't really do gender investment at the beginning, but then all management. But then later on, they talking about, okay, just because they are women, there are so many good women entrepreneurs reach out to them, thinking that they can be invested. And then by then, they actually have an even bigger universe of investable enterprise in Japan. So she said, one of the founders said that this is a very, very good point for them to really have women leaders and then investors. By having those ventures in Japan, we are increasing more women entrepreneurs to really advance. So it may take some time, but it's on the way.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Anthony. I think it's both that. I think it was mentioned in the earlier session too, that how important to have investors, not only run by the women, but ideally run by the women, As we can really understand the bottleneck and the challenges that entrepreneurs are facing. And by having investor, the mountains and bottoms of the bigger part, and then they are parts of the flow, and that will be open to the top. And yeah, I think NSR is one of the very proud investor in Japan. With that, maybe But, one of the important things about it is because it is the field of so once
Yeah, I think we talked much about this because they are supposed to support and then support hundreds women entrepreneurs, but then we tend to really work inside of it. And we need to have a sequential support, not enough for women and do it. You know, starting from the early stage to the growth. We can't do that. We cannot afford to do that. We need to talk, and then to try to round up the support. One by one, that we fearless. Do not feel fear in the future because you are failures. You have to be confident on the future is where you could be. And if you are there, you can more than you can. This is what make a mistake. Come and say it's very expensive, but this is something to implement.
Okay, thank you. With that, please give a round of applause to the people and the next step.
Would you like to take just one question? Because I'm one question.
What are we doing?
Do you meditate and bring yourself up and being an entrepreneur and being someone who has in Japan?
Just looking at you so that I think the question is already because I asked you that question. But the answer to that
You see, we capacitated a lot of women through the Women's Forum Network, that's the Women's Council. And the first module that we have was change mindset. The experience is that women think that they can only be as good as the wife, as good as the mother, and they cannot be better upon it. So I think change mindset and innovation mindset are the first models that we need to inculcate on women, that we can be the best together. As Sofia has mentioned, we also have to start to do it. Thank you. Yes, one question, please.
Hi, hello. I'm Meena. I'm from Women Leadership Foundation. So I have a question for Ms. Sophia. So you are from ASEAN Women Entrepreneurs Network. So I guess there will be so many kind of women entrepreneurs out there. So how do you differentiate your network in others? Thank you.
Thank you so much. You mean how different, like the technical different?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Because we have common goal. We set the 7 goals and the objective. Like I just highlighted the 6 objectives of common. We focus on capacity building. We focus on expand the market finance things like that. So we work together, we share the common goal, and we will take the country. Like this year, Cambodia is a clear country. Last year it was Indonesia. Next mandate will be launched. So usually we will take the country within 2 years, so that every country have a chance to lead, to share, to host an events. Doing so, every woman in the ASEAN countries, they have equal sharing and equal concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rina, for your question. Do we have any other questions from the floor? Yes.
Hello, dear panelists. My name is Nandira from Indonesia. Currently, I'm the second generational owner of Youth Indonesia. So my question is, how do you manage to be a woman leader, and maybe my staff right now is very much older than me. So how do we manage to be a woman leader and a young leader to be more staff? Thank you for the question is for anyone who wants to answer.
How do you be a good leader when you are becoming older than yourself?
So
I think I have nothing to do with it.
And then at the time, my team is someone who is very senior and who's already in the market for like 10 years or something. So at that moment, at first, of course, it's really hard to have their respect and trust. But in time, I learned that respect and trust are due. So it's really due. So you have to just go out there and make everybody see that you can do it. Yeah. Whatever you want to do, just do it. And be confident and believe in yourself. It's like, okay. Thank you very much. I just share some of my experience if I will have for you. Luckily, I did teachers who are 20 years older than me. People love to hear something good, and people always have good insight. So when you want to meet anyone, any teams, any people, you find the good thing from those people first. And sometimes you learn a lot from them. And you build a common goals and attitude, because even they are getting older, they want to get better. They want to voice out. And of course, we just give them a chance to grow. And we take some time, you should understand how you can talk to he or she. Okay? When you understand he or she, you understand their strength, ignore a lot about the weakness, you bring up the good one for them, they will give it to you. Basically, young or old, we have different challenges. But I'm sure you can do it as long as you have the understanding in your heart. You can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's very much good and helping do it. So, okay, maybe one last question.
Hello, I'm Nana. I would like to ask question to Ms. Ayaka Matsuno.
Thank you.
The question is, I want to know between knowledge, experience, and networking, which one is the crucial part?
Sorry, between the
Knowledge, experience, and networking, which one is the most crucial?
so far or in general?
In general,
Okay.
it's really hard. But for one from there, I think it's working. And it's my problem. Because, you know, while you are accumulating your experience, you have to do and creating your network, and network will give you the feedback. So, and the knowledge will be accumulated throughout the journey, right? So, all right, thank you.
Thank you for your questions, and thank you once again to our moderator, Ms. Nozomi, as well as our panelists. Give a round of applause. A quick group photograph. Lovely. Ladies and gents, a reminder once again that there is no food outside on the foyer. So please help yourself to a cup of coffee or tea and grab a bite and come back in for our final panel session of the day.
Yes. 3, 1, go.
Thank you so much, panel session. Now we arrive at our final panel discussion of the day, focusing on a critical topic, closing the gender divide and enabling women-owned enterprises to scale. Gender gap and provide practical solutions for scaling women-led businesses in the ASEAN-Japan region. Please join me in welcoming our panelists on stage. We have Mr. Long, Executive Director of ASEAN Business Advisory Council Malaysia. Joining me today, we have Ms. Anne Abraham, founder and chairperson of Women Malaysia. And Ms. Phoebe Luck, of Community Culture in Malaysia. Chairman of the Women Leadership Foundation in Malaysia. Can I invite our panelists up on stage?
That's very. That's right.
We're just waiting for Dr. Kapsa to join us. Let's give her a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for Dato' Hafsa, a quick reminder that if you drove into the Renaissance Hotel Kuala Lumpur today, there is a counter available at the foyer for you to validate your car park tickets for a flat rate of 15 ringgit. So please remember to validate your car park tickets before you leave the hotel today. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to apologize to our friends joining us online. Apparently, they have experienced some technical difficulties. We do apologize for any inconvenience caused, and we thank you for your perseverance and continuing to join us for our summit today. Right, let's give Dato' Hafsa just a few more minutes. This might be the best time to grab a cup of coffee and some food. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator for panel 5, Dr. Hafsa Hashim. On the Dato'.
My subject. That's a break. So then I just thought I'd just come up outside and raise some question up. But congratulations to all of you who are still here. Can you all please raise your right hand? I just want all of you to raise your right hand. All of you. Right. Now, can I request that you put your right hand on to the left side of your shoe? Now give yourself a tap in the back. Well done. You'll step right through to the end of the day. That's a good job. And I hope that you have saved the best for last. Very interesting conversations we're going to have this last session. A session that is going to move into discussions of, number one, we want to see how we can close the gender divide. And secondly, all the conversations that I heard today is all about moving into how we can scale up the women entrepreneurs. We talk about sustainability. We talk about impact growth and outcome. We talk about the care economy. And we will talk about how we will put women back into these big positions. And today, we've got 3 very powerful ladies who knows the subject matter, who knows how to navigate through this world and be able to put women onto the right platform. Now, what's interesting here of all these 3 women, the 3 of them are from different backgrounds, and that's what interests us. We have got here Ms. Chuki Hong, and she's the Executive Director of ASEAN Malaysia, that is Business Advisory Council. And we've got none other than Dr. Anne Ibrahim. She's the founder and the chairperson of Lead Women Malaysia. Don't mess with her. And of course, my favorite here, young lady, Suyu Yang, who is the CEO of Community Tukang Jahit Malaysia. And with that today, on these conversations, before we begin, I just want to put in a scenario on how this whole entire conversation is going to morph into as we look into some data and statistics before I start inviting our esteemed panelists to go through some of the issues at hand in terms of closing the gender gap, as well as also in terms of the discussion on enabling women-owned enterprises to scale up. Can I have some slides? My slides, please. No? Got to do the figure. Right. Now, simply just to set the context. Oh my God. The point is working.
Hey, what's this? I forgot.
Data on about Malaysian SMEs, because we're talking about entrepreneurs. What's important is to see that, in Malaysia, we've got about 1.1 million companies that are registered. By the way, there are about 2 million more who are not registered. Okay? So we're talking about registered companies. And from here, just like your country and also like Malaysia, the majority of them are micro enterprises, right? And you've got here about 70% micro enterprises, the small are 28%, and the medium is about 1.2%. Majority of these companies are in services, about 84%, and you see some in construction and manufacturing and others. And all these total companies, what you see, so where are the women entrepreneurs? Where are the ones that we're going to see bringing in the contribution to the economy? There are 20.7% of those 1.1 million MSMEs in Malaysia are micro enterprises. And what you're seeing here today is the fact that we are moving into making sure that these MSMEs in Malaysia contribute, like in terms of GDP contribution, in terms of exports, in terms of employment, about 7 million of that, and also productivity. So as we go to the conversation of scaling up micro to become small, small to become medium, and medium to become large companies, this is part of the conversation today that is looking into how do we close that gender gap? Does it need to have women in the leadership position? And I love this slide because this vacancy slide shows that for Malaysia at least, right? If you zoom in, you can see your country there. But I'm just going to say for Malaysia at least, if we eliminate gender in the economy, Malaysia is going to lose 8.2% increase on top of the business as usual GDP, and that's equivalent to 50 billion US dollars. And that's a lot. That's a lot for us to to ignore it just like that. We've got also the data for Singapore at 20 billion US dollars if you eliminate the gender gap. For Philippines, it's 14 billion. Myanmar is 10. Then we have got Indonesia, 135 billion US dollars of opportunity that's going to be missed if we eliminate the gender gap. All right. So, and for Vietnam, I can see the data here is 14, for Cambodia is 4, and Thailand is 17. So what I want to say is that this conversation this afternoon will explore into some of the various issues and gaps on how can we close the gender gap, and also on how can we scale up the businesses. Back then, when I still was back in office, we always moved into the issues and challenges that's facing MSMEs. The 5 issues that every country, every, what do you call it, forum or seminar or workshop that we go to, they all will discuss the same MSME issues year in, year out, year in, year out. And that is access to finance, access to technology, access to human resource and skill sets, access to information, access to market. But today, with the tech world that we're moving into, the conversation get moved into more sophisticated stuff, like looking into the different contexts of how our supply chain has changed, how digitalization has actually been able to facilitate businesses and make it easier. We have moved into also the fact that marketing is not neutral marketing. We're moving to stock, I'm going to put social media. We're also conversations that morphed into customer engagement, talent acquisition. Who's talking about AI again? Look at China, they're looking at different way. No longer ChatGPT. So all these things have got into the act that we need to put in place and how we're going to navigate the business. And today, I've got 2 rounds that I want to put across. The first round I'm going to get from our esteemed panelists here is really on a conversation, have we not done enough? Have we not done enough for women entrepreneurs? We heard today, Amata is going into digital financial technology. We heard today about ASEAN Women Economic Network and so many others. Is that enough? Or is there much more that we need to do, recognizing the sophistication that technology brought into the entire context of the call supply chain management? If I were to bring to the discussion today our very first panelist, I mentioned to you, don't mess with her, she is the ASEAN Back Council member. All right? And that's Duki Hong. She has moved into different hats in different ASEAN organizations. She is what we call it ASEAN policy advocacy, and she moves into a lot of work on Charlie ASEAN research and advocacy, and also she has also had a stint with APEC before this. Now with you, Ms. Duki Hong, if I can just inquire nicely, all right? Have we not done enough in terms of policy? Have we not done enough in terms of scaling women up the ladder, not just to take into leadership positions, but also in trying to give the right ecosystem for women businesses to flourish and to thrive?
Thank you very much, Dr. Hafsa, and hello to everyone, all the participants, and our leaders in this space. It is my great pleasure and honor to be given this platform to speak to you about the issue of the day, women's participation in business, and perhaps also would like to consider women's participation workforce as well. I'm very humbled by the sharing that I was able to listen to. But to answer your question, Dr. Hafsa, about having not done enough. Perhaps let me answer it this way. We have done a lot, but sometimes quantity is not equal to quality, perhaps. That is not a judgment on all the good work that has been done. It's just whether or not we're able to meet that to the extent that we don't have to shove it down people's throats. Also, when I say mainstream, I perhaps just refer to should we broaden our circle of stakeholders that we want to include. I've been in the policy advocacy work for a long time, and I always realize that sending the right message to the right stakeholder is pretty critical to the success of policy advocacy work. And for a long time, I've been very active in this women empowerment space because I often thought that the battleground is out there where all the gender is represented. So I am not passing the judgment because who am I to do so? But if I look at ASEAN, not observation, if you look at the number of entrepreneurs across ASEAN, I have a quick scan of the data. You can probably group them into 3 groups. The top range, not sure, I'm sure there are Cambodian representatives here. Cambodia is on the top in terms of number of female entrepreneurs in ASEAN, followed by Laos. And then in the middle section, you've got larger economies where you have Philippines, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore. And these are, in the range of 20-something%, whereas like Cambodia is probably like 50-something%. Laos is 40%. Then the middle section. And then the bottom section, all below 10%, we actually have Brunei and Myanmar. So obviously, there's different level of integrity of the leader and these responses within the methodology. We can, however, take that into account. The only thing that can be a lot more to do. At the same time, if you look at like many of us who are in the workforce, The number of, or the percentage of participating women in the labor force is quite high, ranging from about 46% at the bottom tier, the lowest level, to all the way to about 80%. And that is improvement. But what does that tell us? I think there are a lot more women in the workforce than women in entrepreneurs. So I think in our pursuit of betterment for empowering the women, I think we need to put these two together. But just coming back to your very first question, I think that we have done a lot. Maybe we can do a lot more. Really, perhaps to focus on sharpening the message, bringing this conversation out to the key stakeholders, not limiting to boys and women. I just want to acknowledge all the great male participants here, and thanks to Dr. Smith for having this, inviting for this panel discussion. But that's what I normally work with.
Humble but powerful. Let's talk about the Commissioner. Yeah, you mentioned Cambodia has got the highest percentage of women entrepreneurs compared to the London economy. Very, what we call it, sharp observation there. And you actually also went into discussing on the data, the legality of the data. I also want to, very curious, in discussing the data from Malaysia. Malaysia, I just mentioned 20.7% of total businesses are women entrepreneurs. Yet, if you go to the World Economic Forum, on the data of gender, gender index, yeah, on labor participation, Malaysia is number 112, right? So it brings me to wonder, with our data in terms of labor participation, only is for employees, or does it include also women entrepreneurs? So that's something that we need to have a conversation with the Department of Statistics and see how that data network has been compiled. And this brings me to Annie Ibrahim. As you all know, she's famous for being the co-founder of the Malaysian chapter of the 30% Club. She's also the founder of Women. And she is very much, you can see her everywhere when there is a round table and things like that about women in leadership positions. So to you, Ms. Annie Ibrahim, what would be the strategies or the challenges that we see here in Malaysia, that strategies that are effective, challenges that probably would constrain women into putting them into leadership positions, especially last year, as you can see, a lot of conversations evolved into DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusiveness. Right to the basic question, have we done enough on DEI, or there's much more that needs to be done?
I mean, just like yourself too, all around the issue of women and women leadership and representation. So, yeah, picking up on the question and also what Kitty's data are showing. I guess, even when we say 20% of the businesses are women-owned businesses, okay, but when we ask ourselves, maybe some very significant women businesses, we will struggle to do that. Just as when we say, maybe 5 CEOs of PLC that are women, we cannot, right? So that then brings us back to say, we haven't done enough, and support we've done a lot, but we haven't really been tracking it to understand why it hasn't worked to move that needle at the top. So I think there's a lot, so based on those numbers, there's a lot to do. If I look at 2024's budget for Malaysia, there's been an allocation for women in business of 470 million. And there's also over 8 billion for digitalization. I think what's going to be important is how is this then being tracked and actually used so that women get to move that ladder. And a lot of the time these things fall to the track, and we say if we put too much money, but we value, and then we start again. So I think we should learn from that and really understand how to assist these women. So it's not so much, I mean, one of the biggest issues for women in business is finding money. But now we're saying we're allocating that money, funds are available. We heard the last panel, we've got impact funds for women, for so many things. But I guess the women don't know how to use it and find it and how to encourage them to use it strategically so that it starts to give them a 5-year plan, 2-year plan, and take them forward rather than stagnate. So maybe these are some of the things I think should come together with funding and allocation of funds together. How do these women go out and get these funds? And I'm very sure SME Corp does a lot of work telling them where to go, how to utilize it. But you know, how many women do we actually reach when we go out for RFP? The much smaller women businesses don't get that support, right? So thinking about ways to actually build up communities that can support them, maybe mentorship and financial literacy so that they get, so maybe going back to those places would be something to get done. If you talk about women specifically in this case that I work, especially women in leadership, I mean, we've done a lot. We've seen the legal movement, especially from Malaysia, and we get quite proud that I think in Malaysia, we're probably one of the leading countries if you think about women on board, right? But my question or my concern is always the sustainability of it. Did we get to move this because we had all the stakeholders behind us pushing it, or has it actually been institutional? And so with or without us, it will continue to run. And we will see the value in it, you know, and not so much, let me tick a box, let me get 30%. You know, all the sustainability targets today is all about compliance. No. But unless organizations and economies can see the value in doing what they're doing, I think it will be a long way for us to be over there.
Very interesting. As you move into you talk about it's important to measure the impact. We've got the budget for more than 400 million, just like for women entrepreneurs. And where does it go to? What comes of it, and how are these women getting access to this company? That's one question. Secondly, does it help? You already pointed out that it's organizations, they are women, and they work with other women, right? And that's important because sometimes we think of organizations who are women, they say they don't have other women. So in this case, we want to make sure that they also go out and help women. And the other context, I think, in this conversation of putting women as in the leadership position, what's important is for them to recognize the fact that we do not rise if we do not lead others. And on that note, you will not rise if you do not lead others. Brings me to what Sui is doing, and that's community to become knowledge. We need to say that the community of all those who are involved in the lovely middle work, embroidery and others. That she works a lot with the what we call the single mothers, where single mothers have to balance care for the children at home while also learning living, as she creates that community of all these women who moves into doing middle work and others. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you start to see at the age of 13, yeah? Now, at 30, when some of us are people in school, she has already moved into doing what she knows best. She started selling niche craft products already overseas at the age of 13, selling to Indonesia, selling to Brunei, UK, US, Singapore, and others. Amazing, amazing women. And you think that today, as you move into these conversations of, in the context of no one left behind, in the context of inclusiveness, what would you think would be the new strategies that is able to put and bring all these people from the community into the mainstream, as mentioned by what we call Julie, and be part of a significant portion of women who contributes to the economy?
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. And thank you everyone for having me here today.
To correct, I think when I started at 13, it's true, but not at sewing. I was actually painting shoes when back from. But just to share, I mean, thank you for your question. I think a few things crossed my mind also when you ask the questions and this. I think what we are looking perhaps is more of the education portion, because I'm very grateful today that I got to hear all the data that has been shared on the panel today about all the information of top to bottom, right? We're talking about employees, we're talking about high level position. But if you don't mind, I'm probably just sharing what I know of what the community is looking at, because I'm on the ground, we're working with the community day to day, we see their issues. So in my context, in my space of work, I may not be able to, see it through the women that work in corporate world, right? But I see it through the lens of women who work from home, that have children, 3 to 4 children. They still take care of the needs of the household, they cook, they clean, at the same time care for the children's needs, especially in school, and the back of agama classes, and then there they have 3 hours in a day and start home. So that's my world, right? The world that I live in, sure. But in that sense, I realized that now let's talk about me as a young woman. I realized that I was also quite in denial, knowing that there is such something like that. So is it me that has been, of course, I would have done the teaching and all the finding out. But I realized that throughout my internship journey, there was once, I think you would realize it, was once when Magic was really pushing the social enterprise agenda, right? Like to really boost up social entrepreneurship. And that really helped. I didn't know I was called a social enterprise then. So they gave us that accreditation. We knew what we were doing. We were given this DNA almost like overnight. And then, oh wow, it exists. So now talking back to the women support funds that support women. To be honest, I have to start searching and start finding, right? It doesn't come in figures. But what was very surprising is, instead, I get invites from US, actually apply for women fund for women. So the question is, where the money go? Like you said, I mean, I'm sure there are ones that are already being done. But this awareness, education of its existence that we lag behind, because we don't know that they're around, people come to utilize, and then when there is no utilization, it gets reduced. So I think from my perspective as a young woman entrepreneur is that we're grateful that there's actually all these activities and campaigns we want out there. But is it enough? Probably not. Where the bottom is, where we cannot and reach out to such information.
Very interesting. Now, Katya from you. I'm sure you all are very much interested. So, what did Katya do to you?
We were doing just awareness to let everyone know that there is such a funding that is not. Unfortunately, we didn't get it. But we were invited to at least apply. That was shocking to me on its own, right? Like even though there is such funding available, they also invited us to like a sharing, right? That they came, I think they would perhaps a boat show with country to country for women-led businesses to fly. So this came from a private sector, right? But they were perhaps doing it because whether it's for campaign reasons, but they had a purpose. Here is for women. I'm pretty sure they have a funding. So maybe the decision was that to help and move women businesses, but across the group.
I think so you change from sewing, work to jewelry, they might take you. But that was very interesting, yeah. But Katya is interested to move into looking at for women in terms of community building and also social enterprise. Yeah.
What we need to be funding, right? But they and the same thing with Goldman Sachs and a few other organizations.
You're right. And I would say, Goldman Sachs and the others, I'm okay. But Katya. So there was put a big question mark. So it's good to know that they are also doing their bits in terms of CSR and being done with women entrepreneurs. And I think it's a very pertinent conversation that we're moving into the next round. As you mentioned that, as you go down and talk to so many others, then you be able to see them moving up and scaling up their business. And this is the round two of our conversation. It's just not looking into having not done enough. But with the current businesses, right, that we have today, majority of them, I just showed you data in Malaysia, 70% are micro enterprises. And that's not just peculiar to Malaysia. All over ASEAN countries, all over the world, majority of businesses are micro enterprises, i.e., they are less than 5 employees or less than 10 employees, depending on the definition of micro enterprises in different economies. The question here is, have we given them enough tools for them to scale up? Because they need to scale up their business to go from micro to small, small to medium. And when it comes to medium, it just needs a nudge to push them to the next level, which is the export. Right? And this is where I mentioned again, the sophistication of all this whole entire context is the need for us to facilitate and help them. Number one, have they got all the tools, for example, to facilitate and help them to comply to certification and standards of that important country? Number two, what's important is, have we been able to facilitate and help them? Although they've moved to sewing, have we been able to help them in the context of packaging, for example, branding, visibility to the market? Because we're visible, that's why I come here for right? So on that note, Juki, can I ask you, if you look into Malaysian companies, that we want to scale them up to become exporters, the current tools and resources, of course, you got one trade. One trade in Europe. Okay, they're not in Europe. You can swap. No rules barred. Okay. So let's do that. All right. So what are the tools and resources you think that we need to put across and facilitate women entrepreneurs in particular? I want to share you one real story, right? Back then, when I was younger and I was working, I'm retired 7 years already, by the way. So back then we assisted one company, rather one woman entrepreneur who was from Sabah, right? And she was doing this seaweed harvesting. At that time, when we facilitated her and helped her, was only with one intention: online. It was then, right? So she was earning about, if I'm not mistaken, at that time, just about what, 2,000 a month in terms of harvesting. That's revenue for the month. Okay. And when we actually go down on the ground, we facilitate and help, even the technique of taking photographs to put the business online for e-commerce. When she got her first order, I will share with you. She's from Sabah, okay? The first order came in from Hong Kong. And she was screaming out because that first order was $2,000 US. And she was like, wow, I never seen so much money in my life, right? So it's about, again, visibility. It's all about, again, how we want to facilitate and scale up women to put them not just into business in around Sabah or Sandakan, but it's also now to scale them up to become exporters. What are the tools and resources that we still need to do, and how can we do it differently this time?
Thank you very much for the question. I guess Susan mentioned that there are already tools provided by the government. I think the question is like, what is this question of looking to? Is it a matter of demand and supply? I think the supply of tools is available, but whether or not the demand side has matched up in that there is no awareness. So that is the gap of information is flaring from this, at least this conversation. But that's not particularly unique to women, actually. In the course of my work, we realized that in order to match this partnership, there's always this information gap. You just don't know where to find your market, you don't know where to find the money, where to find the information, recognition, all that. I like to reference a legacy project that was initiated by our council members in the Philippines, ASEAN Philippines. We've got this initiative called ASEAN Mentorship Entrepreneur Network. The whole idea is that you have to use the model of mentorship to bring all these businesses together to match demand and supply. But particularly, we are talking about three things: money, talk about a lot, market, and mentorship. Now, if it's about money, it's about awareness. How do we tell them about all these tools that are available? In terms of market, it's all about networking. I heard a lot today, it's all about networking. We have to do our part as a in the private sector, what can we do, but also getting the government to do that. It does take a lot of hand-holding, facilitation. It's not easy. I'll give you an example. Last year, we had the privilege of hosting a business delegation from the Philippines, and they're interested in agriculture. We actually brought them to various big plantation companies in Malaysia to visit the plantations such as Saint-Jabi, Norway, and the rest. And we realized that, the journey doesn't end by just us putting them together. There's a lot more of follow-up, checking the interest where the gaps are. So obviously it needs a lot of handholding. So within the, having a tool is one thing, getting people to use them and then facilitating the whole process is another. And that brings me to the third end. So there's the money, market, and mentorship. The handholding mentorship. Just one of the panelists mentioned that, it's good to pair them up with a partner from the other market that can help us really understand the other market better, so that you have that kind of knowledge about the national sentiments, what you like and what you don't like, what is significant and what not would be helpful. So I hope that, is one approach to scaling up.
Very much. Very nicely put. 3 M's. Money, market, and passion. Right? And that brings me to you, N. But mentorship part, sometimes we look at it as the leadership as well, right? And you moved into lead women, you moved into a lot of work about 30% club and members. How do you think is this role of these various organizations, like with lead women, like 30% club, as they put in and discover more women into leadership positions and will become mentors later, how do you think that we are able to push through a specific agenda, right, that can put on board more women as leaders and more mentors to now lead so many others?
I truly believe mentorship work, because it's really about experience sharing. It's about, I have been there before, this is what I've seen. And it also supports the whole network process, because you start to introduce them, build up references for them. So I fully believe in mentorship at all levels. So in the work that we do, it's a lot of mentorship. So the women come on board, become mentors to younger women, and the board directors become mentors to co-directors and young inspiring directors. So we've seen that work, and there's always a lot of people that, it has been the most powerful and effective part of the leadership journey. So on that note, and listening also to some of the feedback and the discussion, that's one of the reasons why we started with women in leadership, right? That's where women can bring change. That's where your voice is heard. That's where you can direct policy change. You can institutionalize things because you're at the right table, and that's where you can make a difference. And I still think that's what we should be doing. Continue to drive for better women representation across leadership in all functions. So, for example, the policy level, how many of the individuals sitting around the table practicing racial policy even have a gender lens? Right? And because of that, we know where we are. So simple policies like now the around the discussion around gender responsive procurement. So entrepreneurs when it comes to large RFP tender processes because they will not meet the criteria, size of business, etc. So if there was a policy around it that said you must give a certain amount of business to women businesses, then at least you will start meeting, just as we did for women on boards, right? You must give 30% seats to women. Now, people, a lot of pushback, they say, oh, we want quotas, women shouldn't be there because they're a token. But whatever said and done, it started the conversation. We created the awareness, and people started saying, yeah, I look around my table and something's not right. When 55–60% of the women in the workforce are women, the talent in the workforce are women, then why are we here? Then you begin to see the hidden biases and discrimination that exist in the entire society and work, etc. And that's the work that we do. We try to dismantle that, we try to bring awareness to it, and you will see very many subtle biases built into policies. You know, and unless somebody sitting at the table says, hey, this is not right, I think we should do work it, we want to change it, it's not going to change much. Right? So it really requires diversity at the levels where they can make that difference, and it requires women's inclusion, or at least diverse perspectives to do that, to really take on these changes happening. So this work is going to go on for a long time. And if you look at the World Economic Forum, it says 150 years, 120 years. I mean, at the rate that we're in, I think that's realistic, really sad to say, right? Unless we do something very different.
I also find that something very different that when I'm not confident. It will not, but they know what it is. Simple, I think for some of the generations you would have remembered that reaching 30% women on courts didn't start yesterday. That was actually a policy that was introduced in 2004. And we only arrived 30% in 2024, 20 years later, right? So it's a long time. You're talking about 150 years, 20 years, you only arrived at 30%. And by the way, that 30% is not the ceiling, it's the floor. It's the floor. We arrived at 30% to put women on corporate boards in 2024. A policy that was initiated in 2011, right? So there you go. What I'm going to share with you is in these conversations of the need to close the gender gap and to put in women into what I call economic contributor of the country is something that we really need to be very serious about. I want to share with you an experience that I had. When I traveled to Africa together with one of my colleagues, another founder, Ziba, we met the Prime Minister of Tunisia. And one of the questions that I asked the man, how is it that Tunisia is able to get number 6 position in terms of ranking in the world Women Economic Index? What did she do right? And what did she say to me? She says, Hafsa, in every country of the world, if you look at the population between gender, men and women, it's either 49% women, 51%, 50% women, 50% men, or 48% men, 52% women. So it's 50. So here in Tunisia, she explained to me, we practice the zebra policy. What is the zebra policy all about? So she said that zebra is red and white. Oh, this zebra policy means that if the Prime Minister is a woman, she says like I am, therefore my deputy is a man. If the President is a man, the Deputy President is a woman. And it cascades down to the ministry. If the Secretary General is a man, the Deputy Secretary General must be a woman. It goes right down cascade to the companies and also to the departments. So that's what zebra policy is all about. Not 30% error, it's 50%. Now we've got a lot of work to do to wrap it up. From 30% now, our floor is now raised to 50%, not 30%. And we talk about this conversation of community. We talk about the conversation of putting more women into one space as a contributor, as a contributor. And in your work, I want to inquire from you, Sue. You would have definitely seen, as you say, you are on the ground. You're seeing a lot of happening on the ground. What else do you think, right? In terms of strategies that we can encourage and making sure in the context of inclusivity, we don't miss them out. These communities, do we need to form consortia, for example? and did mention that it's very difficult to get 5 PLCs for women CEOs, right? So when we want to move into creating consortium among the women entrepreneurs, and make it stronger so that we can scale up faster, I'd like to check on your thoughts on this.
Thank you for the question. I think let's look at it like in finance, right? So I think what we did was we realized that we will be left. So what more of that? So what we did was we realized, let's talk about AI, digitalization, right? For us, being a very young startup as well, once upon a time, what was AWS? Even though government is giving subsidies, but again, the mismatch of supply and demand. Only when we reach a certain size, that's when we got the website. We reach a certain size, we next level into TikTok, which was very shy to say only in before we started on TikTok. Still figuring out how the young world works with this AI or digitalization. So when when ChatGPT was out there, I was figuring out how could I use it. But instead of us learning how to use it, teach our community how to use it. With it being so genius and so easy and so easily accessible, why are we not sharing this? Let them know that there is such a tool. So we started a test out. I myself had to figure out, let's see if we can do my homework, for example. For us, we work with fabric. So if you lay out a big fabric on the floor, we have to start sensitizing each. And then we have to then calculate if one customer comes and buys 2,000 pieces, how many rolls will you buy? Everything is like down to the paper and some we can't do mathematics and we throw it out and actually count them one by one. So I tested out with ChatGPT, ask the question. If I have a material 2 meters long, this way, how many of 10 by 10 steps get? And then the result came out. And then we did the test out and it worked the exact opposite. So we tested it out by teaching this exact method and getting on. So I think it's about letting them taste what digitalization is about, how we can help them in the daily life. Then when there is an opportunity, it becomes so much more easier for them to adapt how. For example, to be honest, I thought like a dinosaur going to talk. But the minute we realized when we were on it, how they were also very surprising homemakers. They were selling a PDA, meaning that they don't sell any product, all they do is have a thing. And this lady was earning almost 5 figures from home while taking care of children. She was just doing reviews of her mom.
She don't have a product. She just used TikTok and she just used TikTok.
She was way more advanced than us. Right? So that's what digitalization is. The awareness of how much it can benefit us and having an open mind to learn it. So I think we can start on that. We're very excited to change this to our community. Hopefully the word spreads from there, where the corporates and supporters can also see the benefits, and then they will start addressing it by having programs, campaigns, and just teaching them bits of how to enter that, so that it's not so scary. The minute you have to start a website.
Yeah, sometimes they tend to be wary of what is technology will bring to them, right? So, very nice. So you use ChatGPT to actually see how this connects. That's very nice. I know time is up. It's already very but I'm sure there are burning questions from the floor. Can I get some 1, 2, 3 burning questions that you have from our esteemed panelists here? Anyone? Or is it too late in the evening? Dinner is not served yet, right? Not yet. Yeah. So anyone, any questions? You have had such good conversations here today. Yes. It takes a lady. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for the discussion. So my question actually comes into both different but somewhat related. So the first question is in regards to the discussion we had about having women in positions of power such as the CEO and etc. Now the issue that we often hear in media or even in normal conversations is the problem that equity is spread on the Philippines, that underlying the fact that the women in power is in existence there are still existing gender inequalities within an organization. We try to mask it by having women in power in board of directors or C-suite, etc. So I just want to know your thoughts on overcoming this issue and how we can like mitigate it in the long run. The second question is basically the query regarding like how we can solve the problem of like lack of education and awareness regarding the funds, grants, and all these programs that exist for women entrepreneurs. So this is something that I often have discussions with my friends. It is like when we are in schools, specifically like primary and secondary, most of the kinds of education we receive is that STEM is superior. So things regarding it have to be not, they have to be engineers, and only that can be gaining that kind of gender equality. Where does the conversation shift to entrepreneurship? And this is something that I think, if given a chance, right, maybe we can tweak the curriculum a bit, and we can expose these kind of programs or like opportunities to the students at young age. We can actually like narrow the gap that is because of awareness regarding this. So those are my two questions. Hopefully,
Thank you so much. Great question, Aisha. I'll pass the first one to Anne, and second one to Juki, our policy advocate. Yeah, please. Anne first. Yeah. Tokenism. Yeah. So tokenism and more education, and also how we encourage women not just to move into, but also to do with what anthropology that's really. Please, Anne.
That is a concern, really. That's the problem when we set a quota or a number, right? And organizations are just rushing to just say, like, we comply, we've got 30%, and they're always so proud to put those numbers up, right? And some of the conversations are really that, who can we find, you know? And unfortunately, the stigma then comes back to women who sit there, even if she's fully qualified and really can own that space. Many behind her will say, oh, this is all about the women agenda. Right? So it is really leadership that has to change. And it has to be mature organizations. And something that women should also stand up very clearly. If you're just being given an opportunity to sit on a seat, I think you've got to question the fact that why do you want me? What do you see me doing? I know I bring a lot of what I think women really need to stand around and encourage us about these conversations, right? A lot of the time we just say, oh, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. It's more like we are more appreciated than actually being given the opportunity because we have to. So there's a lot of, I would say, educating to do at this point in time. And that's one of the reasons why I think we will see how the US is slowly starting to dismantle DEI. I go back to try and understand why. I think for them, the goals have been the ultimate markers of them. And so if I put 30% my organization is seen as an organization that's going forward, progressive, and we're giving minorities an opportunities to get good. But the fundamentals were never there. And that is why when something goes wrong, it can fall apart. So I think we need to go back again and ask ourselves, if we want to do, why are we doing it? Is there? So this kind of conversation, if I think about the early days of 30%, this was what we did, like we had conversations about what it means, and then we had studies from the PhD, about the value, the quantifiable value, the qualitative value, and met by those benchmarks. And I think we have to reduce it. And so you ask me, what's going success going to look like for women? It may no longer talk about it. Okay. No 30, no 50, no 80. Just we are there because we do it. And we definitely deserve a seat. Thank you, Aisha. Yes.
Let me also just one point about the women excuse me. I always thought that, in my role it's slightly different. I actually haven't seen CEO, female CEO come out. And I think a lot more times is that there are more people like women who cannot get to the top rather. And also, I never thought that having women, promoting to the top is at the expense of leadership. I think that is something that we all agree on. But I think today, in today's day and age, we kind of have to spell it out. It's not one or the other. I think it's when we have two equally qualified candidates and one turns out to be a woman, then we should give a woman a chance. That's my point. Now, when it comes to education, it's true that, our curriculum doesn't really reflect the demand of the day, but entrepreneurship is just not one only subject matter because I think the cycle, gestation cycle for education and curriculum and all that takes a long time. That's one. Number two, teachers are not trained to be entrepreneurs. They cannot teach something that they don't know. So a lot of entrepreneurs drop out from the school system, they become entrepreneurs themselves, and then they turn around. A lot of big companies are now providing all these kind of capacity building programs, working with universities so that they can better react to market demand. We see that a lot, a lot of the companies, AirAsia, Plaza, and all that, because they understand what the market needs, and then in turn, we provide the kind of training that's needed. But when it comes to entrepreneurship, although our education system does not really provide the curriculum, but I don't think we're any way unequipped with the information. It's really good part because there's tons of information out there. And today, I think the level playing field is very fair to a lot of people. ChatGPT just mentioned it already helped you solve some of your business problems. So I'm trying to say that while schools have to catch up, universities have to catch up with that kind of curriculum, but a lot of times, it's very important that it's not theoretical. Business world is so, nowadays we talk about it's so volatile and unpredictable and all that. It really cannot be just restricted to a curriculum or what's So I would say, for practical reasons, we should equip ourselves with whatever tools are out there. A lot of them are free. And even before we have entrepreneurs as our mentor, we really want to brush up our entrepreneurial skills and also build a community that help us, be informed. But it would be great that schools, business schools, a lot of times you have to, start with maybe a bit more responsive to today's demand, that kind of content. But if you say to start from primary school or even to high school, that's a bit of a difficult task to do, I believe.
I remember thinking that, and I think it's still happening now. It's not this entrepreneurial curriculum is not in schools, but it is in tertiary education. All universities in Malaysia, public universities, it is mandatory for them. Even if you're doing medicine, you're doing architect, you're doing engineering, they have to have at least from one of the semesters a subject on entrepreneurship. Yeah, it's mandatory. It was like started this in 2007, right? So yeah, it is there, but not from primary school, but in tertiary education. Because for us to be successful, all the leaders must have this entrepreneurial mindset, right? So and only then they are able to weigh out the risk and also the opportunity that comes about in terms of managing a business or managing a company. Yeah, you want to add yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I just wanted to share a little bit on because when you mentioned it, question, I think you're missing one big part. Maybe I highlighted it before. I think it's family and our culture. So I'll give you an example. When I started at 13 years old, picking shoe size from my classmates and then purchasing it, couldn't think of my mom. But that's where it suddenly shifted from my mom being very supportive. She was taking my creativity, she enjoyed watching. The minute I hit my young teens at 19, and then I was pretty serious. I wanted to start a business. It was really, I wouldn't say not supportive then. She was very, very motivated, and most of the time, I could remember crying before that she really hoped just go back into corporate, actually climb the ladder rather than sacrifice my time, my energy. Because the way she described it, she said that it hurt her to struggle. But she didn't think that I was enjoying it. I was actually enjoying the struggle. This was my break. I wanted to do something, do something. So, and then fast forward to now, right? I'm really early 30s, and she's actually somewhat been very supportive of me because she saw some group lah. Okay, but in all those years, I realized that we struggle with confidence, and we could start today, like it was saying, take how many years for it to take 30%. We could start today, just look at your daughters, your mom, your sister, you realize one thing that I start from a family of autism. But my brother was not take risk. It was very simple for men to take risk. It was very automatic almost. That's our business. Here's some money, some daily mommy fund, start business, try it out, fail, you never know. Maybe you should be doctor after going up. Continue to study, find a good husband, build a family. The goal was over set for us because I think most of the time when it comes to having daughters, I can't blame my parents, they have 3 daughters, right? So there's constant worry of how are we there in life or what we intend to do. So I was the youngest, and I think that's what heading my mom the most. She was very worried. If I was, because she was seeing me struggle throughout, like maybe from 19, okay, not really since studying, so maybe about 26 all the way to 20. Wasn't really making money, didn't really survive. I had no time to date, you know, about this worry of mom, right? So I realized that if it was really like if I was a man, I would be getting really very opposite spot. So if we could start there, you know, from family, to look at, okay, you want to make yourself more risky in life, how do I get all the compensation? Right? So I was grateful I had both sides. So my dad was teaching me, my mom was holding back, I saw before. I'm grateful for that. But I think it gave me version that and it helped me adapt in this world at the same time in many of these.
That's very important. Tips that you just shared with us. The family part is the missing part of this whole entire thing. Any one last burning question? If you don't ask, yes, please. You've got a very brave gentleman here. For him.
Hi, my name is Eugene. Good afternoon to all the roses and a few of my fellow colleagues here, and esteemed panelists on stage. I did a quick Google on Fox 100, about 50% is women. So how come there's a huge gap, right? 50% to 50%. I think because some of the women may still prefer to invest in male startups. We can comment on that. Thank you.
You did what that in the
As in, because the top 100, 50% female. Yes, 1.5. However, there's only 2% going to the female entrepreneurs. Yeah, so when it comes to the gap, today some of the women investors still prefer to invest in the top like male.
Hello? If I can just I think that's so true because when women are not encouraged to do it. So based on that, we also don't negotiate very well because we don't get to the forefront. We are not exposed to opportunities like this because we are told that's not good. So there's a lot of stereotyping, right? And the way we are brought up, the way we are kind of built out from the very young age. So in business, you need to take it. You need to see the transitions that are coming in. You need to do so many things that in general women are not encouraged right from day one because of the way we are brought up. But I don't think it's very different from many other countries. So I think that nurturing has to change. And it probably is changing quite a bit. We've seen a lot more large family-owned businesses like Vagina, etc., giving the rein now to the daughters, which never used to happen as much, right? So I think it's starting to shape and embrace a little bit, and that's going to encourage a lot. Right? And the other is, I think organizations can do a lot more if they examine their supply chain and start to ask themselves, why is it we're not including many of the women businesses?
greater supply chain. And if we can encourage that and maybe build that up, it will help.
Yeah, you got a second
Sorry,
point.
forgot to put in one very important stat. Actually, 40% of the startups are actually women startups.
40%.
40%.
So 40%
The women only receive 2% of the funding.
only
Yeah,
2% is the funding.
Yes, that's right. That's actually an important stat I missed out.
But again, I want to go back to what I mentioned. Like I'm also seeing now more second generation CEOs who are women, right? Now, 5 of my mentees are second generation CEOs. And one of them, I found out that her family is, she's got three boys and she's the only girl. And the father decided to pass the business to her. You know what I mean? So there's more confidence probably for women to take up and do business. But that statistics that you just mentioned, 40% startup are women and only 2% receive funding, that has been always the issue for women entrepreneurs. I quote and unquote again, my earlier opening, one of the important challenges for women is still about access to funds. There are still archaic culture that, you know, they would rather give funding or lending to men than to women. So this has got to change. And this conversation is more into, again, the policies. How do we actually give equal opportunities for women to access to funds and be able to get better opportunities in supporting their business? Yes, I got one more question. Last one.
Yeah, so I think I just wanted to reinforce, again, coming back to that question. I have a different angle in terms of how we see this. Honestly, if you look at it, investments and funding are given if there is project viability and there is confidence in the CEO, that, it's going to be a profitable business. What I do see today, women entrepreneurs, it's primarily around the fact that we kind of lack that storytelling component. The confidence and the conviction is essentially not there. And women are generally, we don't shout enough. We are too kind and too kind to ourselves, right? When we talk about projections and forecasting of revenues and all that, they are generally very, we're generally very reasonable, right? We talk about, okay, in the next 3 years, we're kind of looking at 10-20% incremental revenues, and for example. But if you have a male entrepreneur who's actually sitting there and doing the pitch, they're more likely to say is 100% revenue year on year, and you can say this with confidence, whether they achieve it is a different thing, right? But to get that money, as women entrepreneurs, we kind of need to be more confident. We kind of need to shout about our ability and our capabilities. I think that's personally how I see this. I've been there, I've raised funds, and mentor a lot of startups today. I think that's one of the issues.
Very much on point. You're so right. A lot of women of that. That's what we have a program called Pitch It Right. But they have confidence, right? And they are not able to shout louder than men. They're not confident in even moving up and achieving the first year, second year, or third year. So these are some of the things, conversations that we need to continue. We're not here because how do we then not just scale up women, but also infuse into the women higher level of confidence, higher level of support, even from all other women as we put them not just into leadership positions, but also into addressing the gender divide, and also in that context, as they get the funding and they're more confident, they now can scale up their business and go to the export market. So I would like now to thank everyone of my esteemed panelists here, Juki and Suyi. You've been so wonderful showing your experiences. listening today, we talk about mentoring, we talk about consortium, we talk about partnerships, we talk about what do you call it, policies. All this will not end here. Definitely, there is a chapter 2 that comes with this conversation and how we want to scale up businesses and yet we also want to close with them again. And thank you very much, every one of you, for staying by today. Hope you don't regret staying by. And we hope that we're going to see you tonight at the dinner. Thank you so very much.
Can I invite the panelists please to step forward for a quick group photograph? Can we have a round of applause again for our final session of the day? Now, as our panelists capture this moment in a photograph, a quick reminder that we would like your feedback on how we have done today. We kindly invite all participants to complete the post-summit survey by scanning the QR code that will be displayed on the screen momentarily. Your feedback is invaluable in shaping future initiatives. Thank you, panelists. And can we have the QR code for the post-summit feedback up on the screen, please? So please feel free to scan the QR code and give us your honest feedback. Really appreciate it. Can I invite the panelists to please exit the stage? Thank you. We now take a moment to partner and advance and collaboration. The ASEAN-Japan Centre is an intergovernmental organization that is instrumental in strengthening economic and entrepreneurial ties between ASEAN and Japan. Is led to be a supporting partner with the ASEAN Business Advisory Council Malaysia as an ASEAN Inclusivity Collective Partner. Now, this partnership is aimed at sharing best practices, inspiring innovation, and collectively addressing DEI challenges together, with a vision to invite businesses from across ASEAN to strive towards an ASEAN DEI pledge over time. Now, to present this recognition, give us a minute, clear the stage, that we can do this properly. Right. Now, to present this recognition, please welcome to the stage Ms. Junhee Hong, Executive Director of ASEAN Business Advisory Council Malaysia, and Dr. Chris Kirabayashi, Secretary General of the ASEAN-Japan Centre. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. I'll just take like 2 minutes. What you see here, this is the ASEAN Inclusivity Collective Monitoring Thing. Dr. Chris was becoming coordinating partner. The idea behind this, I like to also recognize that this is a partnership with you, right? And our partner, Norris Partner First. There are, maybe go to the next slide. I just want to share with you what this is all about. We're talking about closing gender gap and also, being inclusive, becoming inclusive for workforce. And next slide, please. Well, so what you see here, these are the 6 business actions that we're encouraging businesses across ASEAN to commit to for the next 5 years until 2030. And these are culturally sensitive actions that we would like to invite businesses to commit to, ranging from more women on board or at the leadership position, very much championed by the women, and also track workplace demographics, track wage distribution to achieve pay equity, accommodating the needs of caregivers more reasonably, and also like anti-discrimination and equal opportunity policies, as well as having zero tolerance policy towards violence and harassment. Many of them are very, very like a low-hanging fruit, but we'd like to encourage you, your organization, to go online, scan the QR code to pledge, sign on to this pledge. I just want to share with you that we have our pioneer members who are listed here, as well as supporting partners who will also help us advocate. We'll add one, of course, the ASEAN-Japan Centre. So thank you so much for your attention. We really, really hope that you can be a part of this movement. We are looking for thousands of companies to, express and commit to be having an exclusive workplace and business. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Christine. And congratulations once again to the ASEAN-Japan Centre. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, before we officially conclude our summit today, we kindly invite all participants to complete the post-summit survey by scanning the QR code. Can we have that up on the screen just one more time? It's part of my KPI to mention this a couple of times today, so I'm just trying to get it out before. Right, I understand that there was a bit of difficulty in trying to scan or get into the page via the QR code before, but maybe you can, now that we've refreshed the QR code, maybe you can try again. Please give us your feedback so that we can do better in our further initiatives meeting here, right? Right? Now, to officially conclude the Japan ASEAN Women's Entrepreneurship Summit 2025, please join me in welcoming Ms. Sarah Rosana, Chairperson of the ASEAN Youth Organization.
With Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Hurt, Secretary General of ASEAN, Ms. Nicolata, Director, ASEAN Pacific Division's Trade Policy Bureau, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan, His Excellency YB Datuk Ewan Benedict, Minister of Entrepreneur and Cooperative Development, Malaysia, Dr. Kunihiko Hirabayashi, Secretary General of ASEAN-Japan Centre, Dr. Munira Loy, Founder and CEO of Brand International, Dr. Hafsa Hashim, Founder and Chairwoman of Women Leadership Foundation Malaysia, Sujaya Mulia, Founder of ASEAN Organization, distinguished panelists, moderators, guests of ASEAN-Japan Women Entrepreneur Summit, ladies and gentlemen in Kuala Lumpur, and also for those who are joining us virtually. Can we give a round of applause for everyone here? And now we are to the end of the summit, and we are really appreciate for your active participation during the summit. It is my great honor and privilege to be able to stand before you, unfortunately, to say goodbye to you today after we embark on our journey together to understand more about how we can support in building supportive ecosystem for women-led enterprises and MSMEs in ASEAN and Japan from our esteemed keynote speakers, panelists, moderators, and also from the burning questions from our amazing participants as well. We were also able to witness and learn from the findings of the roundtable discussions that ASEAN-Japan Centre and ASEAN Youth Organization held several months ago in PNC in Laos, DR, so we can sharpen our understanding of challenges on innovation and sustainability of women entrepreneurs in ASEAN and Japan. So we can strategize it from the insight that we got today from all amazing speakers about the access to finance, digitalization, sustainability, and also gender-defined business. We are the ASEAN Organization, honored and proud to be in partnership with the ASEAN-Japan Centre. We started this partnership last year with the spirit of promoting understanding and cooperation in the environment and also entrepreneurship fields in the region for young leaders, entrepreneurs, of course, women entrepreneurs, and professionals from ASEAN and Japan. We as ASEAN organization, as a youth organization, guided by the ASEAN Youth Development Index from the ASEAN Secretariat, which one of the domains from the 7 domains is employment and opportunity. So we believe that it is really important for us, especially for the young people, to really making sure that we can have an inclusive and collaborative ecosystem, especially in business sectors, that leads to more job opportunities, especially for the young people. The ASEAN-Japan Women Entrepreneur Summit has a special place in my heart, and I believe in our heart as well. When we talk about the women entrepreneurs, as we learn from our speakers and also from the participants as well, I believe we all agree that it's not only the responsibility or missions of the women entrepreneurs themselves, but also all genders, right? All professions, not only from the business sectors, but we need to collaborate with universities, we need to collaborate with think tanks, NGOs, and government, everyone. And because I believe that every individual and every institution has a vital role in supporting women entrepreneurs to build a stronger and more sustainable business ecosystem that can lead to millions of impacts to the society. Because as we heard from one of the moderators before, that when we talk about sustainability, we don't always talk about the ESG, but also how we can also create impact to the society as well. And of course, young professionals also play an important role, both in terms of advocacy and as business ecosystem players as well. That's why ASEAN Youth Organization, as the largest youth-led organization in Southeast Asia, where we just became the winner of the most prestigious prize in the region, which is 2024 ASEAN Prize. Anyway, first our grants to facilitate many people, especially the young people, only ASEAN, but also in Japan and across the world, to be able to create an ecosystem that is interconnected, so that we can utilize our resources, our creative ideas, skill in technology, connections, and of course, how we can also really contribute in the business sector as well. After this summit, we really hope that we can have an actual action plan that we will working together. Be it task force, like we already mentioned before, or perhaps we can do another roundtable discussions or anything. And the most important thing is how we can connect and collaborate to achieve our missions. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to end my speech by giving my highest appreciation to all amazing teams from ASEAN-Japan Centre and ASEAN Youth Organization who are making this event successful. Cheers to more meaningful collaborations between ASEAN and Japan. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
To the end of our formal session for today.
Now, before you leave the ballroom, I think you know what I'm going to say.
Nice.
Sure that you have completed the post-summit survey by scanning the QR code displayed on the screen. If you had trouble with it earlier, we refresh the QR code again and leave us your feedback. Like I said, your feedback is invaluable to helping us improve future sessions. Also a reminder, before you drive out of the hotel today, to please validate your parking tickets. Don't forget to do that for a flat rate of 15 ringgit. And a reminder to our guests who will be attending the dinner banquet and networking session later this evening. Feel free to use the VIP room to freshen up, to continue to connect and network. Ahead of our dinner, the VIP room is to the right as you exit the ballroom. And dinner will be served right here in the grand ballroom at 6:15 promptly. And with that, thank you for your attention, thank you for your participation, and thank you for taking the time today. We look forward to building connections and collaborations with you, and we hope you enjoyed the summit today. And thank you once again for being part of the ASEAN Japan Women Entrepreneur Summit 2025. Thank you.